Chapter 153. Early in the morning the next day, Jiang Wan received an invitation from Princess He, inviting her to Mufeng Pavilion. When Bai Ji came to deliver the invitation, she was still somewhat bewildered. She did not know what Jiang Wan had asked Tian Zhu to do, and only thought that Princess He was up to no good. She could not help but remind her, "Miss, Princess He must have an ulterior motive for coming here at this time. Miss should not fall into her trap." Lian Xiao also nodded in agreement. "Now that so many pairs of eyes in the palace are closely watching Miss, we absolutely cannot let anything happen at this critical juncture. Why don't this servant reply to this invitation and say that Miss is inconvenient?" "No need." Jiang Wan smiled slightly, "You can just help me tidy up my clothes." Lian Xiao and Bai Ji looked at each other. Seeing that Jiang Wan seemed to have an idea, they could only do as she said. Instead, Lu Zhu came over and said, "Miss, hasn't Princess He already? Could it be that nothing has happened to her?" It was impossible for a dead person to send an invitation, and there was no such thing as ghosts or gods in this world. Unless Princess He was still alive, otherwise, why would this invitation appear for no reason? Impossible. Jiang Wan said. Yesterday, Tian Zhu had already inquired about Princess He. Princess He had returned to her bedchamber last night, and did not even go to Shufang Palace. Princess He had done such a big thing yesterday, but did not mention anything. According to the palace maids, Princess He's behavior was also somewhat strange, as if she did not want to talk much. In this way, it was very likely that the Princess He, who entered the bedchamber was not the real Princess He. This invitation must have been sent by the Princess He. Of course, the person who really wanted to invite her was not the fake Princess He, but the person behind her. The invitation had already been sent to the Princess Palace. How could she not attend the appointment? This would save her a lot of trouble. She raised her eyebrows and shook out a letter from her sleeve, handing it to Tian Zhu. "It is not convenient for you to show your face. Find a chance to send this letter to the hands of the state preceptor, Hui Zhu." Tian Zhu nodded. After Jiang Wan changed her clothes, she let Bai Ji and Lu Zhu follow her to Mufeng Pavilion. Although the scenery of the Cleansing Wind Pavilion was very good, it was very close to the cold palace. Usually, the palace concubines were afraid of being tainted by bad luck, so they did not come here often. The eunuchs and palace maids had a lot of things to do every day, so they did not have the leisure to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Since their masters were not here, they naturally would not come here. However, Princess He still liked this place very much. When Jiang Wan reached the corridor of Mufeng Pavilion, from afar, she could see a silhouette leaning over a table. Looking at the clothes and accessories, it was undoubtedly Princess He, and the two servant girls beside her were Princess He's personal palace maids. Lu Zhu frowned when she saw this. Princess He was still alive. Could it be that what Bai Ji had said was true? That he had thought of some evil method to harm Jiang Wan? Bai Ji was more attentive than Dewdrop. Her sharp eyes discovered that Junju He's prone body was somewhat strange, but she could not tell what was strange about it. He was like a puppet stuffed with cotton. His posture was stiff, and even the movement of his shoulders was very unnatural. Bai Ji kept an eye on him. She did not know why, but there was a sense of anxiety in her heart. She could not help but want to remind Jiang Wan again, but she saw that Jiang Wan did not even blink as she walked towards Princess He. She walked unhurriedly, as if she did not feel that this was something to be vigilant about. It was as if she had really come to attend an ordinary afternoon invitation between good friends. When she walked in front of Princess He, the two palace maids beside her bowed their heads in unison and called out, "Long live Hong and Princess." Jiang Wan indifferently glanced at Princess He. At this time, as she walked closer, she could see clearly that on the stone table, Princess He's face was buried in the table, as if she had fallen asleep. The closer she got, the more she could smell the strong fragrance emitted from Princess He's body. It was normal for noble ladies in the palace to like to use cosmetics and fragrances. It was just that the more expensive the fragrances, the lighter the fragrance. The lighter the fragrance, the more elegant it felt. With Princess Hee's strong fragrance, it was not much different from those famous courtesans. Dewdrop first looked at Princess Hee with some doubt. Then, her eyes widened as if she had thought of something. Afraid that the two palace maids would find out, she quickly lowered her head. The shock in her heart could not be any greater. How could Princess Hee use such a strong fragrance? Normally, she would not be able to understand, but after listening to Jiang Ruan's words yesterday, it seemed to have given her a breakthrough in her doubts. This fragrance was too strong. It did not seem like it was used to decorate, but rather to hide something. Hide what? It must be to cover up the smell of blood and decay. Dewdrop's heart jumped. The dead Princess Hee was sitting here, and someone had sent an invitation to Jiang Ruan in her name. What other purpose could there be? It was clearly a trap set up for Jiang Ruan. "Miss," Dewdrop called out anxiously. Jiang Ruan turned her head and glanced at her. The understanding and calmness in her gaze made Dewdrop slightly stunned. She did not know why, but Dewdrop felt that Jiang Ruan's glance had swept away her uneasiness. She slowly calmed down. Thinking that her miss was always devising strategies, she was afraid that today's matter had already been predicted, so she might as well wait and see. Although Baiji also did not understand what was going on, she felt that Princess Hee's invitation today was inexplicable. However, her temperament had always been calmer. She just stared at Jiang Ruan and did not let her imagination run wild. The two palace maids stood in place without saying a word. Jiang Ruan raised her eyebrows and smiled slightly. "Is Princess Hee asleep?" One of Princess Hee's personal palace maids nodded and said, "Yes, we servants do not dare to disturb Princess." "Then how about I wake her up?" Jiang Ruan said with a smile that was not a smile. This somewhat unpredictable tone instantly startled the two palace maids. They did not expect Jiang Ruan to respond so readily, which saved them a lot of trouble. However, when they heard Jiang Ruan's tone, they did not know why they felt uneasy, as if they were being spied on. The two of them looked at each other and both lowered their heads. Jiang Ruan slowly stretched out her hand and pressed it on Princess Hee's shoulder. Sure enough, wherever her hand touched, there was a stretch of stiffness. A trace of a smile floated on her lips as she abruptly pushed Princess Hee backwards. With a bang, Princess Hee fell from the stone bench, rolled on the ground, and lay on her back facing the sky. At this time, it could be clearly seen that Princess Hee's abdomen was stabbed with an exquisite dagger. The blood on the dagger was bright, covering the original traces. Princess Hee's eyes were wide open, and her lips were pale. Obviously, she had been dead for a long time. Because Dewdrop had been mentally prepared, she was only startled, but Baiji was so frightened that she cried out involuntarily. Princess Hee's eyes happened to meet Jiang Ruan's, as if she had suffered great pain and disbelief before her death. Her eyes revealed resentment and fear, as if she was a demon demanding life. "Princess!" The two palace maids cried out in unison, and their expressions suddenly changed. One of them pointed at Jiang Ruan and said, "You actually killed Princess." Jiang Ruan was neither happy nor angry, and said indifferently, "Oh, why do you think so?" From just now until now, when she suddenly saw Princess Hee's corpse, there was not the slightest change in her expression. If she was not scheming deeply, then she had already anticipated what would happen. No matter which one it was very frightening. However, Jiang Ruan's nonchalant attitude made it even more difficult for them to figure out the details. In their shock, the two palace maids could only bite the bullet and continue acting according to the script. One of them said angrily, "Hong and Princess is so ruthless. The two of us saw with our own eyes that Hong and Princess Hee offended Princess Hee, and Hong and Princess mercilessly killed Princess Hee. Even in front of His Majesty, Hong and Princess is still a murderer. Saw it with your own eyes? Jiang Wan laughed in a low voice, there are two of you, but I also have two people here. You saw with your own eyes that I killed He, but I'm afraid that these two servant girls of mine saw things a little differently. After the initial fear, Bai Ji also recognized the situation. When she heard the palace maids speak lies with their eyes wide open and wanted to frame Jiang Wan, she was extremely angry. Now that she heard Jiang Wan say this, she immediately reacted and said, exactly, the two elder sisters' words are very strange. When our young lady came, Princess had already died. Indeed. Lu Zhu said, there is nothing wrong with the two elder sisters' words, and the three pairs of eyes on our side also did not make a mistake. The palace maids did not expect Jiang Wan to be so calm even at this moment, and even have the mood to argue with them. For a moment, they did not know what to say. At this moment, they only heard a voice behind them, Princess is indeed extraordinarily courageous and insightful. In front of a great enemy, you talk cheerfully and wittily, this prince also admires you. Jiang Wan turned around and saw a person walking in from outside the corridor. As usual, he was dressed in simple brown clothing. Who else could it be but the fourth prince, Xian Lang? Although they did not manage to catch the mastermind, at least this trip was not completely fruitless. Jiang Wan smiled slightly, Your Fourth Highness. Princess, now it is not just the two of us. Xian Lang's smile was very warm and amiable, and there was even a bit of joy that came from the bottom of his heart. This prince also saw the process of Princess committing the crime with my own eyes. Even if the words of the two palace maids do not carry enough weight, I wonder if this prince's words will count. Lu Zhu and Bai Ji stared hatefully at Xian Lang. Even if he was a prince that was not favored in the palace, with his identity and status, if Xian Lang really came out to testify, Jiang Wan would not be able to gain the upper hand. Especially now that Jiang Xing's whereabouts were unknown, many people in the imperial court were watching Jiang Ruan's every move, hoping that she would make a mistake. If she was really charged with this crime and everyone came up to step on her, it would be very difficult for Jiang Ruan to stand up again. Your Fourth Highness, there is no harm in getting straight to the point. Jiang Ruan sighed, it is very tiring to talk in circles like this. Xian Lang nodded, this prince also thinks so. This prince believes that Princess was impulsive just now and did not do it on purpose. In fact, eighth younger brother has admired Princess for a long time. Since Princess is eighth younger brother's sweetheart, this prince will not make things too difficult for Princess. Jiang Wan did not speak and only quietly looked at Xian Lang with a smile. She did not respond to Xian Lang's words, and Xian Lang appeared to be somewhat embarrassed. However, Xian Lang was not really as weak as he appeared on the surface. In some matters, Xian Lang was more persistent than Jiang Dan, and he was also much more shameless. Even though he met with Jiang Ruan's cold reception, he still continued regardless. Although this matter has developed to this point, it is not completely hopeless. If there is anyone in the palace who can protect Princess, it can only be eighth younger brother. If Princess can obtain eighth younger brother's protection, it will not be difficult to solve this matter perfectly. How to solve this? Jiang Wan looked at her fingertips, her expression unchanged. Xian Lang saw this and his brows furrowed imperceptibly. After a pause, he said, at least eighth younger brother can think of a way to cover up this matter and not let Princess be wronged. Jiang Wan finally seemed to be somewhat impatient and asked, Eighth Highness and I are only acquaintances, how can I obtain his protection? Princess, don't say that. Xian Lang's face lit up and he immediately spoke with fervor and assurance, Princess is eighth younger brother's sweetheart, but now that Deputy General Zhang's whereabouts are unknown at the border, Princess's days in the palace are more or less abyss of suffering. If she is not careful and makes a mistake, there will be countless eyes staring at her. If she truly wants to obtain eighth younger brother's protection, the only long-term way is to enter eighth younger brother's fu. As he spoke, Xian Lang could not help but clench his fists, feeling somewhat nervous. Xian Lang could not help but be proud of himself when he proposed this method to Xian Li. He knew that Xian Li had his heart set on Jiang Wan, but he did not know why Jiang Wan treated him like a snake or a scorpion. Recently, the matter of Xiao Xiao asking the emperor to bestow a marriage was more like a thorn in Xian Li's heart. Xian Lang had followed Xian Li for so long that he was well aware of some of Xian Li's thoughts. For example, right now, if he could use this matter to control Jiang Wan and force her to marry Xian Li, it would definitely make Xian Li happier than finding a scapegoat to make Princess He Yi's death have another name. If this matter was successful, Xian Li would certainly give him credit. In the future, when the important matter was accomplished, he would also have a few more chips. However, although Xian Lang could predict other things, he was slow to predict Jiang Ruan's attitude. If he used ordinary methods, it would certainly not work, so he could only use Princess He Yi's life and Jiang Xing's well-being as a threat. In Xian Lang's view, the reason why Jiang Wan did not choose Xian Li was because there was a better choice. However, when it came to her own interests, she had no other choice. Women were all the same. No matter how powerful a woman was, at some point, other than showing weakness and begging for mercy, there was nothing she could do. Just like Princess He Yi in the past. Jiang Wan asked indifferently, "Eighth Highness arranged such a show just to force me to marry? You really think too highly of me." Bai Ji and Lu Zhu had long been indignant in their hearts. They did not expect Xian Li to do such a despicable thing for his own selfish desires. He actually splashed such dirty water on Jiang Wan. However, the death of a princess of a country was not a small matter. "Princess, please do not belittle yourself." Xian Lang smiled. In eighth younger brother's heart, no one is more precious than Princess. Jiang Wan was slightly startled. Xian Li often said these words in her previous life. At that time, she lived in the depths of the palace and did not see the light of day. Sometimes, when faced with Xian Li's consideration, she would also feel inferior. Xian Li often said, "You don't have to belittle yourself so much. In my heart, no one is more precious than you." Now that these words came out of Xian Lang's mouth, Jiang Wan only felt that it was ironic. In this life, Jiang Wan did not belittle herself, but Xian Li overestimated her position in her heart. In her heart, Xian Li was a smelly insect, disgusting no matter how she looked at him. Fourth Highness is used to saying nice things. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. "I don't know if it's because you have been someone's dog for too long that you only know how to say nice things." Xian Lang's expression changed. He really did not understand why Jiang Wan, who had been fine just now, would suddenly change her expression. These words were really too ear-piercing, and immediately poked at Xian Lang's weak spot. If not for Jiang Ruan's status, Xian Lang almost could not help but hit her. Perhaps Xian Lang thought that following Xian Li now had a bright future, and he was also somewhat arrogant because of his status. Otherwise, in the past, when he heard Jiang Wan say this, he would just give a weak smile and brush it off. But now, he did not know if it was because he had already killed Princess He Yi, but once the dark side of human nature was stimulated, it would be extremely difficult to retract it. Xian Lang's face was ashen as he said to Jiang Wan, "This prince has good intentions, but Princess speaks ill of me. It really makes one feel regretful." "You don't have to feel regretful." Jiang Wan casually glanced at the corpse on the ground. "Even if you want to say that I killed her, it doesn't matter. However, I will not marry Xian Li." "What did you say?" Xian Lang looked at her incredulously. "Do you know what your words mean? I would like to hear the details." Jiang Wan made a posture of listening respectfully, but in Xian Lang's eyes, that smile was full of mockery. "Today, under the watchful eyes of the public, you killed Princess He Yi, which is a great crime. Princess He Yi is Imperial Father's most beloved daughter, and you are only a princess conferred by the minister's Fu halfway. How can Imperial Father be partial to you? This time, even Imperial Grandmother cannot protect you," and Deputy General Jiang also met with an accident at the border. At this time, if you kill Princess He, do you know what the court will say? Xian Lang's voice contained a bit of intimidation. You and Jiang Xing have long harbored rebellious intentions, working together to trample on the dignity of the imperial family and betray the land of the great Jin dynasty. You can enter the prison alive, but you cannot come out alive. These words caused Lu Zhu and Bai Ji's expressions to change. Although they secretly hated Xian Lang for being shameless, in their hearts, they had to admit that everything Xian Lang said was right. As long as Jiang Yuan was accused of murdering Princess He, it would be very difficult for her to extricate herself from this matter. Thank you, Fourth Highness, for your advice. Jiang Yuan seemed to have not heard Xian Lang's words at all, and only lightly nodded, saying, You really have broadened my horizons. At this point, you still refuse to change your mind? Xian Lang's incredulity had turned into ridicule, and he only thought that Jiang Yuan was crazy. In his opinion, choosing the other path was the road to the Yellow Springs. Jiang Yuan would rather die than marry Xianli. It could only mean that her brain was damaged. Fourth Highness, do what you want to do, whether it is to be sent to prison or to the imperial court. In short, I cannot marry Xianli, she said. I have already told you before. What makes you think that I will change my mind? Xian Lang looked at Jiang Yuan for a long time, and finally said, Can you tell me one thing, why are you unwilling to marry eighth brother? Do you have any grudges? Perhaps it is a grudge from a previous life. Jiang Yuan said lightly, The important thing is, it is too disgusting. Disgusting? Xian Lang was stunned. Yes. Disgusting. Chapter 154. When did this happen? Xiao Xiao asked with a frown. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, Let her come to the Yibao pavilion. She had left the embroidered uniform guard and her most respected master to protect the woman her master liked. That woman also had a tenacious heart and an iron fist just like her master. So, although Tian Zhu felt sad, she would not be sad for too long. Because, she was worth it. Tian Zhu said, This subordinate boldly guessed Mrs. Thoughts. I implore Master not to intervene in this matter. Master, please punish me. He's a chef that Master invited from outside. Hong Ying said indifferently, Fourth Miss will be going to the palace in a few days. The pastries in this food are despicable, please do not dislike them. Tian Zhu ignored Jean Eyre and Jean San's hints and continued, Could it be that Master wishes to have a young lady who does not have the strength to truss a chicken and needs Master's protection? If this is the case, I am afraid that the Jinying Fu will not be able to raise such a delicate flower. The Fu needs a woman who can stand tall in the storm of swords and spears, not an embroidered pillow. Xiao Xiao looked at the dispirited and surprised Tian Zhu and said indifferently, Your loyalty is no longer here. According to convention, you must hand over the waist token. After a moment of silence, he said, From now on, you only have one master, Jiang Yuan. Protect her well. At noon. Jean Eyre said. Xiao Xiao was in the palace handling other matters. He had just left the palace when he caught up. It had already been 6 hours since Jiang Yuan had been captured, and he did not know what was going on. This time, he was more anxious than usual. Princess He was the emperor's most beloved daughter. Although she was usually a little mischievous, the father-daughter relationship was solid and unchanging. Jiang Yuan had killed Princess He. This crime was enough to make the emperor furious and punish Jiang Yuan. Disgusting. He muttered these two words in a low voice. Suddenly, there was an unspeakable anger in his chest. He slammed the table and all the teapots on the table fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces. The guards hidden in the room didn't dare to make a sound. Xian Li's expression at the moment was too scary. Is there any movement on Xiao Xiao's side? Taking a deep breath, Xian Li calmed his emotions and asked. Don't tease me, Aunt. Jiang Dan lowered her head, but a glint of light quickly flashed through her eyes. She asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, but now that big sister is in prison, father, have you thought of a good way to save her? Tianzhu paused for a moment, then stood up with her head still lowered. Xiao Xiao said, return the waist tag to Yifeng. Jin San received the order and left. Master! Tianzhu cried out involuntarily. Returning the embroidered uniform guard token to Yifeng meant that he would be removed from the embroidered uniform guard and would never be able to return. The servants and old women in the Ruanju were all in a state of panic. Once the news of Jiang Ruan's imprisonment had reached them, those who were quick-witted had already turned their backs on her, abandoning their old masters for the new masters. Thank you for choosing to follow her. You mean that this king doesn't even have the ability to protect her? Xiao Xiao narrowed his eyes. This time, he spoke much more slowly, but the coldness it carried was also much heavier than before. Jin Er and Jin San hurriedly signaled to Tianzhu with their eyes. Xiao Xiao was already in a bad mood at the moment. If Tianzhu spoke, wouldn't it be the same as running into a gun? What did she say? Xiao Xiao asked. Jiang Dan's fingers that were pinching the pastry paused slightly, and her expression changed to one of worry. Then father's meaning is to wash your hands of this matter? Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes and thoughtfully looked at his sleeves. Jiang Ruan's temperament was almost crazy when it came to matters of revenge. He had a deep understanding of this. Jiang Ruan did not like others to interfere in these matters, and he was also clear that Tianzhu was not lying. The affairs of the world are impermanent. Hong Ying sighed and looked at Jiang Dan. However, fourth young miss seems to be blessed. This time, when you enter the palace, you should be able to receive the emperor's favor. In the future, the glory of the Jiang Fu will be tied to you. Perhaps eldest young miss won't even have fourth young miss's future glory. Tianzhu stared blankly and raised her head to look at Xiao Xiao. However, she found that Xiao Xiao's expression was not one of anger, nor was it the usual indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Instead, it was a kind of entrustment, another kind of trust and equal respect. Jin Er and Jin San both frowned. For an embroidered uniform guard, it was a big taboo to interfere in their master's decisions. Tianzhu's actions were already very excessive, and could even be seen as disrespectful to Xiao Xiao. Tianzhu had been trained by Xiao Xiao since she was young, so there was no need to mention her loyalty. Today, such an attitude made them slightly surprised even though they were his colleagues. In the matters between men and women, Xianli had always been invincible and had never met a match. In his eyes, women were nothing more than fools. Jiang Ruan did not have much of a relationship with him, but every time he saw her, he would have a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if this woman had always belonged to him. This kind of possessiveness was completely aroused when Jiang Ruan chose Xiao Xiao, and was even willing to go to such an extent for Xiao Xiao, causing Xianli to recall the events of many years ago. Jin San hurriedly rushed in from outside, and after sweeping a glance at the surroundings, he said in a low voice, Tianzhu wishes to see you. She lowered her head and knelt down once again. She respectfully kowtowed 3 times toward Xiao Xiao, and said in a powerful and resonant voice, this subordinate thanks young master for his kindness in nurturing me. Miss had long anticipated today's matter. Tianzhu did not wait for Xiao Xiao to question her, and continued, Princess Heyi's death was also arranged by Miss, but Princess Heyi was not killed by Mississippi. The person who killed Princess Heyi was someone else, and today, someone is slandering her. Miss had already made arrangements, and had long ago instructed this subordinate to deliver a letter to the state preceptor, Hui Ju. She should have a contingency plan, so master need not worry too much. In the courtyard, Hong Ying was lying on a soft chair, basking in the sun. The autumn afternoon sun was just right, not too hot, not too cold. On the table were some exquisite pastries, and even the tea was specially prepared by Jiang Quan, a tea that was good for the body. The day of giving birth was approaching, and everyone in the Fu revered Hong Ying to the extreme. In just a short span of half a year, she had already been imprisoned for the second time. The previous time was the death of old Jiang Madam, but that case had not yet been handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, there were many suspicious points at that time. Now, the person who died was Princess He, and since it was related to the royal family, the case was directly handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial. Most importantly, there was an important witness in this case, the fourth prince, Xian Lang. Perhaps this would also make Empress Dowager Ida unhappy. Although Empress Dowager Ida did not care about the affairs of the court, it did not mean that she had no weight in the court. Sometimes, Empress Dowager Ida's attitude could even determine the future career of an official. Teacher Ba Qi did not restrict his disciples from choosing what to practice. When Xiao Xiao entered the sect, Jinying Wang's Fu had not yet been in trouble. His temperament was indifferent, and there was nothing that he was particularly interested in. Teacher Ba Qi taught him a little of everything, and it all depended on his luck. Even though he only taught him a little, Xiao Xiao's ability to comprehend was astonishing, and he learned everything to the point of perfection. All the martial brothers of Jianan Mountain admired Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao was an extremely arrogant person, and it seemed that he did not care about these worldly things. Sitting across the table was Jiang Dan. She carefully picked up a piece of pastry and put it in her mouth. She took a small bite and smiled, "This pastry is not bad." Such a big thing had happened, and it was feared that the entire capital had heard about it by now. Xiao Xiao did not move, and it seemed that he did not have much feelings for Jiang Wan. Xian Li sneered in his heart. Xiao Xiao was a person with eyes at the top of his head. When they were on Jianan Mountain, he had been very cold. Ordinary women were infatuated with him, but they did not know that Xiao Xiao himself was a heartless person. Jiang Wan, that stupid woman, since she had rejected him for Xiao Xiao's sake, there was no harm in letting her see clearly how ruthless and cold Xiao Xiao was. What's more? Xian Li suddenly smiled lightly. The civil and military officials must have heard about Xiao Xiao's marriage proposal to the emperor. Just a moment ago, he was still proposing marriage to the emperor, and the next moment, his sweetheart was in prison, yet he did not care. Xiao Xiao was already a traitor in the eyes of the court officials, and this time, his reputation would take a nosedive. Since ancient times, it had been human nature to sail with the wind, and this was especially evident in the minister's Fu. There were many eyes outside, and Tianzhu was, after all, Jiang Ruan's maidservant. If she fell into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, it would be difficult to avoid making a fuss about this matter. Going to the Yibao Pavilion would also be a good opportunity to inquire about some information. Jean Eyre and Jean San were stunned for the third time today. Tianzhu had overstepped her boundaries, but Xiao Xiao was not the slightest bit angry. Moreover, compared to his previous bad mood, at this moment, he appeared much calmer. Could it be that master actually liked to be shouted at? Xiao Xiao's expression also seemed to be slightly moved, and he said in a low voice, "Thank you very much." Xiao Xiao turned his horse around, "Let's go to the Ministry of Justice to take a look." He had yet to lift his whip when he heard a voice call out, "Master." Xiao Xiao glanced at her and said, "Yes." Xiao Xiao had just come out of the palace and had just mounted his horse when he saw Jean Eyre somersaulting in front of him. His usually frivolous face had a few rare traces of seriousness. "Not good, master, Miss Jiang has been arrested and sent to prison." A strange light flashed in Xiao Xiao's black eyes. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Jean Eyre and Jean San, who were standing at the side, were shocked. They had originally thought that Jiang Wan had asked Tianzhu to bring a letter, so why did she not say anything? Did Jiang Wan not have a message for Tianzhu to send to Xiao Xiao? Naturally, the news of Jiang Wan being imprisoned had not only reached Xiao Xiao's ears, but similarly, when it reached Xian Li's ears, Xian Li's expression was even uglier than Xiao Xiao's. "Does master want to help, miss?" Tianzhu raised her head and asked. Xiao Xiao's eyes darkened. What's the matter? Just like that, even if she was imprisoned, she was still unwilling to marry him, and even said the word disgusting. Xianli believed that he had never done anything wrong to Jiang Wan. There was only one reason why Jiang Wan was so harsh to him, and that was Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked at the person kneeling before him and raised his eyebrows. He was silent for a long time before saying, "You may rise." At that time on Jianan Mountain, Teacher Ba Qi had accepted 10 disciples. Xiao Xiao was Teacher Ba Qi's third disciple and ranked third, so he was called Third Shixiao. Xianli was ranked 8th, so he had to address Xiao Xiao as Shixiao. Xianli had been intelligent since he was a child. Among the emperor's sons, he was the most outstanding. At a young age, he already had an excellent reputation in the court, and the common people also supported him. He was good everywhere. He was used to being number one, but on Jianan Mountain, he had hit a brick wall. Xianli had been unwilling to submit to others since he was a child. Every day, he diligently practiced, but it could not compare to Xiao Xiao's gentle glances. Youngsters were always competitive. Moreover, Xiao Xiao always treated others coldly. Over the years, Xianli was finally dissatisfied. He did not understand that the things that he had to work so hard to obtain, Xiao Xiao had obtained them so effortlessly. She is a person of my Jining Wang Fu. I will not look on with folded arms, nor will I let her be bullied by anyone. Xiao Xiao said lightly, but his tone already carried a chill. Jin Er and Jin San opened their mouths, and Jin San helplessly closed his eyes. Although Tian Zhu had been loyal in the Genie Guard, he had a stubborn temperament. Once he had set his mind on something, he would not change. Looking at his appearance today, he was determined to make Xiao Xiao angry. Now, he was happy for a moment, but who knew what punishment he would receive in the future? Could it be that he had stayed with young madam for too long, and his courage had also become lawless? Later, when Jining Wang Fu met with misfortune, Xianli was very happy for a while. However, when Jining Wang Fu met with misfortune, Xiao Xiao was labeled as the descendant of a rebel, and the emperor seemed to think highly of him. Xiao Xiao could speak bluntly in front of the emperor, and he did not even need to guess the emperor's thoughts like he did. Xiao Xiao was in charge of 300,000 genie guards, so Xianli was somewhat afraid of him. Naturally, he did not dare to express his intentions. For so many years, the calm that he and Xiao Xiao usually maintained on the surface seemed to have been broken by Jiang Wan in one night. Only then did Xianli discover that the resentment and jealousy in his heart towards Xiao Xiao had not changed for so many years. Method, what good method could there be? Hong Ying picked up the chopping board in front of her and leisurely took a sip before saying, "Such a big matter has happened, if we are not careful, we will implicate the fool. Eldest Miss has committed a huge mistake this time, and your father is already extremely angry. He has discussed it with your second brother for a long time, but they have not been able to come up with a solution. Now that Xu Fei is furious in the palace, and His Majesty has also lost Princess He, eldest Miss will not be able to escape this calamity. Even if your father were to plead for leniency, wouldn't that make things worse? Master, you cannot." Tian Zhu said, "Young Miss has already made up her mind on this matter. It is best for Master not to interfere in this matter." Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, "Tell me everything that has happened these past few days." Laoi also has the heart but is powerless. Hong Ying looked at her fingertips that had been painted with nail polish. Eldest Miss is a member of the Jiang Fu, so she naturally understands when to make sacrifices. It is not possible to disregard the lives of everyone in the Fu for the sake of her alone. Young Miss did not say anything. Tian Zhu said, "If the murder was seen by others, and there was a witness, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that she would not be able to escape the crime. In particular, this was the prince of a country. Almost everyone thought that Jiang Wan would not be as lucky as the last time, and that the prosperous future of Jiang Xing and his sister would come to an end. In the end, the Jiang Fu could not accommodate them. He had handed over the person that he valued to her. This was not an order from a master to a subordinate, but an exchange of equal status, a kind of trust. These days, this subordinate has been following young Mississippi. This subordinate can clearly see that young Miss is not a pampered girl who needs protection. She is stronger than any woman this subordinate has ever seen. Master is also clear that young Miss does not like to have others resolve everything for her, especially, when dealing with enemies, young Miss likes to settle things with her own hands. Yes. The subordinate received the order and left. Xianli leaned back in his chair, fiddled with the thumb ring in his hand, and slowly smiled. The Eighth Highness, who had always been cultured and refined, no longer had that gentle and elegant smile on his face. The muscles on his cheeks twitched slightly due to anger, appearing somewhat strange and contorted. Tianju's eyes became hot, and tears almost fell from them. She had entered the embroidered uniform guard when she was young. Xiao Xiao was the person she respected in her heart, and was her master. The embroidered uniform guard had given her a second life. She had thought that she would be loyal to the embroidered uniform guard for the rest of her life, and shed her last drop of blood for the embroidered uniform guard. However, she did not expect that one day, Xiao Xiao would take back her token. Jean Eyre and Jean San also froze on the spot. They had originally thought that Xiao Xiao was not angry, but in the end, they were wrong. Not only was Xiao Xiao angry, he was very angry this time. In less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xiao Xiao was sitting upright in the dark room of the Yibao pavilion. Tianju bowed and knelt on the ground, master. Tianju was Jiang Ruan's personal maidservant. Jean Eyre and Jean San looked at each other. They were well aware of Jiang Ruan's temperament. She was a person who refused to suffer losses, so it was inevitable that she had not expected today's situation. Perhaps, she had done it on purpose. Tianju's visit at this moment might have been to deliver a message to Jiang Ruan. Miss has already made arrangements and plans. This time, the person who will suffer losses will not be Miss, but the other party. If Master truly likes Miss, he should not be controlled by her. Miss is not someone who is willing to be controlled. Miss wants to personally deal with Princess He, as well as the person behind Princess He. If Master wants Miss to become the future young madam of Jining Wangfu, then he should learn to fulfill his wish. She actually dared. She actually dared to do this. Replying to Your Highness, Xiao Wangye did not make a move. The subordinate replied. Xiao Xiao would suffer so much because of this matter. When Xianli thought of this, how could he not be happy? In a short moment, his displeasure was swept away. He said in a clear voice, send someone to continue to keep an eye on Jining Wangfu and see if Xiao Xiao has any movements. Replying to Master, it was not that Tianju did not hear Xiao Xiao's tone. After a brief hesitation, she continued to speak, does Master think that Miss has no way to solve this matter? This subordinate will say something that should not be said. Now that the day of Master's departure from the capital is imminent, Master can still protect Miss in the capital, but after Master leaves the capital, do you think that the open spears and hidden arrows will all disappear? Even if Master protects Miss in Jining Wangfu, it may not be that everything will go smoothly. Now that the people watching Jining Wangfu are like carps crossing the river, how can Miss's days be relaxed? The fourth prince and several palace maids saw Miss Jiang kill Princess He with their own eyes. Later, people came and the evidence was conclusive. Xu Fei was furious and is now begging the emperor to make a decision. The empress also has no choice but to first order the people of the Ministry of Justice to lock Miss Jiang up. Yin Yang, what are you saying? Jiang Dan smiled humbly, it is not as easy to live in the palace as it seems. Didn't something happen to Dejie in the palace? Her expression darkened, I was still hoping that Dejie would take care of me in the palace. I didn't think that something like this would happen. Chapter 155. In the imperial study, the emperor's expression was solemn as he looked at the young Grand Tutor in front of him. I don't know when Grand Tutor Lu became so concerned about Hong and Juanju's matter. I am doing my duty. Moreover, there are many suspicious points in this matter. We might as well wait for the Ministry of Justice to investigate for a few more days and open a trial to convince the world. Lu Min was neither servile nor overbearing. This young man had never formed cliques. Although he was a new noble, he had made some achievements in the court. This was the first time he faced the emperor's questioning gaze, but his eyes were still calm and unhurried. With a "pa" sound, a booklet fell heavily on Lu Min. The emperor's face darkened as he said in a low voice, I am asking you, when did you become so concerned about Hong and Juanju's matter? As the ruler of a country, the palace was filled with eyes and ears. It was inevitable that he would hear some rumors. The emperor was already displeased with Lu Min. However, Lu Min still stood straight and his expression did not change. He still said in a low voice, I am only doing my duty. It has nothing to do with selfishness. Eunuch Li glanced at the person in front of him. The young man was bright and gentle, but in his bones he had the stubbornness and aloofness of a scholar. This person was originally specially cultivated by the emperor for the future of the great Jin Empire, but now he had brushed against the emperor's reverse scale, and still looked like he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Eunuch Li pondered in his heart. Old General Zhao had already come by in the afternoon, and Empress Dowager Ada had also spoken. Although Xiao Xiao hadn't said anything, given his temperament, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. Now even Lu Min, the Grand Tutor of the Jiang family, had spoken up. The daughter of the Jiang family, Hong and Juanju, was indeed not an ordinary person. However, Lu Min's words were adding fuel to the already unhappy emperor's fire. It was not a good countermeasure. The emperor stared coldly at Lu Min for a while and suddenly slammed the table. It has nothing to do with selfishness. Since all of you are pleading for Hong, why not give me a few more days? Fine, I want to see what other evidence you can bring. Get out. The emperor was furious. Lu Min only bowed in a low voice and retreated. Eunuch Li comforted him in a soft voice, Your Majesty need not worry too much. What Grand Tutor Lu said is not without reason. I am afraid that there is something fishy about this matter. I am afraid that someone with ulterior motives will make a fuss about it. Do you take me for a fool? The emperor looked at the memorial on the table with some disappointment. We just don't understand, how could one or two of them have been poisoned by Jiang Yuan? Could it be that she's really a demoness? After Lu Min left the imperial study, he went out of the palace and went to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The head of the prison was startled at first when he saw him. Then, he hurriedly stood up to welcome him. What brings you here, Grand Tutor? I'm here to see someone. Lu Min frowned slightly. Even though he had been in the bureaucracy for a few years, he was still not used to people who flattered him. Even so, he still took out a silver ingot from his sleeve and handed it to the jailer. The jailer was overwhelmed by the favor. He thought to himself that the Grand Tutor, who was rumored to be pure and untainted by dust and dirt, was nothing more than this. He still understood the art of bribing people in the bureaucracy. Why did he need to put on an aloof and virtuous appearance for others to see? Although he was thinking this way, he still put on a very respectful appearance and said, Of course, of course. If Lord Grand Tutor has anything to say, just tell this lowly one. As long as it is convenient, this lowly one will do his best to help. Finished speaking, he asked, Which one does Lord Grand Tutor wish to see? Hong and Juanju. Lu Min replied. Jiang Yuan was locked in the innermost cell of the prison, where criminals sentenced to death were kept. Although the sentence had not been decided, almost everyone believed that she would not be able to escape this time. After killing a Juanju, how could she escape unscathed? But because of Xiao Xiao or Zhao Guang's connections, at least her time in the prison was quite smooth. The prison guards did not make things too difficult for her. When Lu Min walked to the innermost cell, he saw Jiang Yuan sitting on the ground with her back against the wall. He did not know what she was thinking about. She seemed to have come from a good family, but she did not look distressed or panicked. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but then he laughed at himself. If he had known earlier that she was not an ordinary woman, the scene of an ordinary woman crying and making a scene in the prison would not have happened to her. Junju. He opened his mouth to call out. Jiang Yuan returned to her senses and raised her head to see him. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes, but she immediately smiled and said, "Grand Tutor Lu." Lu Min squatted down in front of the cell and looked at her through the bars. He looked around the cell. Although the conditions were simple, they were not harsh. It was completely different from the scenes he had seen in the other cells along the way. Jiang Yuan's clothes were clean and tidy. Presumably, she had not suffered much. Someone must have taken care of these things for her. "Grand Tutor Lu, what brings you here?" Jiang Yuan saw that he was focused on looking inside without saying anything, so she asked. Lu Min glanced at her. "I came to see you." After a pause, he asked, "Are you well?" The young man's eyes were full of affection. Even though he tried his best to conceal it, he still inadvertently revealed some of it. Jiang Yuan herself was good at observing people's words and body language. She frowned slightly, but immediately smiled. "I am very well. I have troubled Grand Tutor to worry about me." She was always so polite, but she also kept a distance that pushed people 1,000 miles away. Lu Min's heart was slightly bitter. Thinking of today's matter, he sternly said, "I believe you. You did not kill Princess He." Lu Min felt that although Jiang Yuan appeared to be a cold person, she was actually very kind. Otherwise, when she had seen Princess He bully the 13th prince, she would not have lent a helping hand. "Naturally, I did not kill her." Jiang Yuan looked at him. "I did not need to kill her." Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Lu Min's expression brightened a bit. He said, "Don't worry, I will definitely think of a way to rescue you." Jiang Yuan was slightly astonished. Although she had helped Lu Min in the past so that he would one day pave the way for her in the future, Grand Tutor's current behavior and actions were contrary to her original intention. Such sincere feelings were undoubtedly a kind of pressure to her. "Many thanks to Grand Tutor Lu." Jiang Yuan muttered to herself, "However, I have my own plans for this matter. One day, the truth will come to light. Grand Tutor Lu need not worry too much." Disappointment flashed across Lu Min's eyes. "You do not regard me as a friend." Not waiting for Jiang Yuan to speak, he continued, "In the past, you helped me. Now, it is time for me to repay you. I will naturally help you once. You do not need to say more. As the ancients say, a drop of water is repaid with a gushing spring. In the past, you gave me such a great kindness. My fate was rewritten because of you. If I do not repay you, then what kind of person would I, Lu Min, be?" After being silent for a long time, Jiang Yuan shook her head and said, "Grand Tutor Lu is an extremely sincere person. I am willing to sincerely befriend you. However, at this time, I do have an idea. It would not be good for Grand Tutor to rashly help me. In the future, when I have trouble, I will ask Grand Tutor Lu to help me. At that time, Grand Tutor Lu will not refuse. It is impossible for me to refuse." Lu Min hurriedly said. Under the weak light, Jiang Yuan's eyes were like water. Her facial features were even more beautiful and flawless. His heart was moved. The words that he had wanted to say all along slipped out of his mouth. Are you willing to receive my protection?" Jiang Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Lu Min's handsome face seemed to be slightly flushed. After all, this was the first time he had said such words to a girl. His gaze did not have the original trace of aloofness. Instead, it was filled with clumsy shyness. I have admired Junju for a long time. Now that Junju is struggling in the court, it can be seen that there are many people in the court who want to harm Junju. If Junju continues like this, it will be difficult to guard against her. If Junju can marry into another family at this time, she will have a layer of protection. Lu Min is untalented. Although he has not made any great achievements, he still wants to protect Junju for a lifetime. I will do my best to protect Junju and not let Junju suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Jiang Yuan looked at him. She had not seen Lu Min's ending in her previous life. Presumably, with Lu Min's talent, if he could not be used by Xianli, it would be difficult for him to escape death. It was just that in her previous life, she had seen him rise from the bottom to the top with her own eyes. A freak combination of factors had given this upright and plain-spoken young man a chance to prosper. Every step he took was like a lotus flower. Finally, he did not disappoint his lifelong ambition. However, in her previous life, the two of them had no interaction at all. In this life, they had met by a freak combination of factors. She had only wanted to make use of him, but she had inadvertently obtained his true heart. Jiang Yuan was about to open her mouth when she heard a familiar and cold voice coming from the front. It seemed to be slightly displeased. She does not need your protection, because she is mine. A familiar figure walked out from the darkness. The corner of his pure black robe fluttered, and in the darkness, there was a golden splendor. Xiao Xiao walked to the front of the prison door and glanced indifferently at Lu Min, then looked at Jiang Yuan. He passed the basket in his hands through the small window. The Wang Fu's chef made some snacks and some clothes. It's cold at night, so don't catch a cold. He seemed to be somewhat unhappy, and his tone was stiff. However, this kind of action and the things in his hands, each and every one of them conveyed that the relationship between him and Jiang Yuan was not shallow. Lu Min had already been shocked by Xiao Xiao's words, "She is mine." At this moment, when he saw his actions, his expression immediately changed. Behind him, Jin San silently rolled his eyes. His master's jealousy was really too strong. When Jin Si turned around and said that Grand Tutor Lu had gone to the Imperial Study and then to the Ministry of Justice's prison, Xiao Xiao had rushed over without stopping. This kind of action was simply driving people to death. If she was Grand Tutor Lu, she would have already knocked Xiao Xiao over with a single punch. Of course, she could not beat Xiao Xiao, and Lu Min, a weak scholar who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, was even more impossible. Grand Tutor Lu, who was a gentleman, really stood up and looked at Xiao Xiao with a frown. "Xiao Wangye, please take some responsibility for your words." His expression was rather indignant. What does this have to do with Hong and Juanju's reputation? Yuan. Xiao Xiao did not even look at Lu Min and only looked at Jiang Yuan, who was in the prison. In a gentle tone that he had never used before, he said, "The public trial will be held in 3 days, don't worry." This call of Yuan caused Jiang Yuan to be somewhat dazed and unable to turn around. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. However, she did not know that in Lu Min's eyes, her dazed action was tacit agreement. Thinking that Xiao Xiao and her had already addressed each other so intimately, Lu Min's face immediately turned pale. When Jiang Yuan saw his complexion, her heart was moved and she immediately smiled at Xiao Xiao. "All right, with you here, I am naturally not afraid." Jin San looked at Grand Tutor Lu sympathetically. It was obvious that Grand Tutor Lu was very angry and hurt by these two people's brazen display of affection. If Xiao Xiao's words just now had already given Lu Min a fatal blow, then Jiang Yuan's flower-like smile at this moment had ruthlessly added another stab. Lu Min moved his lips and with great difficulty squeezed out a few words. "If that's the case, Junju, Lu Min will take his leave first." After saying this, he hurriedly left without even turning his head back. However, no matter how one looked at that silhouette of his back, it revealed a bit of sadness. Jiang Yuan was still staring at Lu Min's silhouette when Xiao Xiao suddenly walked in front of her and blocked her line of sight. Jiang Wan raised her head and Xiao Xiao looked down at her, saying, "No need to look, he has left." Jiang Wan glared at him. Recently, Xiao Xiao had become more and more abnormal, as if he had changed into a different person. Sometimes, she wondered whether this was the cold and indifferent, calm and mature young prince that the common people spoke of. In her opinion, Xiao Xiao's actions were clearly unbearably childish. Childish? She took a deep breath. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here?" "If I had not come, you would have become the wife of the Grand Tutor," Xiao Xiao reminded her. In the darkness, Jean San could not help but let out a low groan. Young master's words were full of worry and anxiety. He should have also asked Steward Lin to come and take a look. At that time, he would understand what it meant by the legendary saying that a man in love was brainless. "I will not enter the Grand Tutor's fu," Jiang Wan said. "If I really marry him, his official career will come to an end." "You are always thinking of him, no wonder he misunderstood." The great beauty Xiao was unforgiving. "Today, you came uninvited, didn't you also cause him to misunderstand?" Jiang Wan said, "In the future, he will not misunderstand again." Xiao Xiao frowned. He was born elegant and heroic, and with such a frown, under the light, he appeared even more handsome and celestial. His thin lips were tightly pursed. In the end, he still bore a grudge because of Lu Min's matter. It was not the first time that he had seen Lu Min expressing goodwill towards Jiang Wan, so how could he be reconciled to it? However, since Jiang Wan had already said so, he lowered his eyes and said faintly, "In the future, don't see him again." How could this person be so tyrannical? Jiang Wan was annoyed and casually picked up the things that he had just handed over. Sure enough, it was some food and clothing. Everything had been carefully prepared. In fact, these past few days, Xiao Xiao had also sent people to make arrangements. His days in prison were not much different from those in the fu. He could not help but recall that in his previous life, he had also been locked up in prison, but he had been extremely capable of torturing people until they were out of shape. She could not help but be lost in thought. Seeing her like this, Xiao Xiao stretched out his hand and lightly knocked on her head. "Concentrate." Jiang Wan was not used to such intimate actions, so she turned her head away. "Tian Zhu should have told you about this matter. I have already made my own decision, you do not need to intervene." "I know." Xiao Xiao said in a low voice, "You just need to let go and do it, I am here for everything." His words were reassuring, so Jiang Wan bowed her head. "Thank you very much." Xiao Xiao said, "If you can seek my help, I will actually be even happier." Tian Zhu was right. Jiang Wan was used to solving everything by herself, and did not easily ask for help from others. Even if she did seek help, it would be with the attitude of a mutually beneficial businesswoman, and she would not accept kindness in vain. In fact, this was her isolating herself from others, and she put an end to all the kindness and affection that she might receive. Xiao Xiao looked at her thoughtfully. He could not find Jiang Ruan's secret, and Jiang Wan would not take the initiative to say it. However, it was very difficult for a person to walk into a closed heart. Since Jiang Wan was now his person, Xiao Xiao hoped that Jiang Wan would not have the idea of fighting alone in any matter. At least, Jinying Wang Fu still had the ability to protect her. Xiao Xiao's person could only be protected by him alone. There is no need. Jiang Wan rejected him as expected. The inner courtyard is a woman's battlefield. For example, my eldest brother is invincible on the battlefield. Naturally, I also have my own methods to establish an invincible position in the inner courtyard of the palace. Xiao Xiao stretched out his hand and finally pressed on her shoulder. "I will always be on your side." The most senior coroner in the palace, Wu Ming, sighed deeply at the corpse of Hong and Junju. Only then did he take off the cloth he was wearing and wipe the sweat on his forehead, replying to Darren, "This he was stabbed in the abdomen and died from excessive blood loss." The time of the death is also correct as His Highness Fourth Highness said. The judge in charge of the Ministry of Justice, Luo Darren, lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment before instructing the person beside him, "Go and write down the coroner's examination results on the case file. The rest of you, follow me to the crime scene again." The emperor had already issued a death order that the court would hold a hearing in 3 days. Unfortunately, this time, it was not an ordinary case. The case of Hong and Junju seemed to be just a murder case seen by the imperial family, but in reality, it involved many forces. If the verdict was not careful, it would cause the power imbalance in the court, and it would be an endless disaster for him. Moreover, in the case of Hong and Junju, on one side was the emperor, Consort Shu, and the fourth prince. On the other side was Empress Dowager Ida, Zhao Guang, and Xiao Xiao. He could not afford to offend any one of them. When he thought of being caught in a dilemma, Luo Daren could not help but sigh, his heart heavy with thought. At the 8th prince's fu, Xianli was playing with the white porcelain wine cup in his hand. He gently swirled the wine in the cup and smiled, "How is the matter going?" The person below him hurriedly replied respectfully, "Replying to your highness, everything has been settled. The coroner has also examined it, there is no problem." Xianli had been in the palace for many years, and it was not that he was completely incapable. He had more or less planted his own people in every place. It was not impossible for him to tamper with Junju Hei's corpse. In fact, it would be an easy matter for him to do so. As long as he used some smokescreen to deceive the coroner, no one would not believe his words. After the coroner examined the corpse, it would be the material evidence. With Xian Lang as a witness, it would be a simple matter to convict him of a crime. The most intolerable thing in the world was to seek and not be able to obtain the position he fancied. One day, he would obtain it. The person he fancied, he could not obtain it. It was merely a woman. Since he could not obtain it, he would abandon her and kill her. Since Xiao Xiao wanted to fight with him, he might as well destroy Jiang Wan. However, for some unknown reason, Xian Li's heart suddenly flashed with a trace of unease. This feeling was very subtle, and he almost ignored it. He composed himself and tried his best to ignore this strange feeling. Slowly, he tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand and took a small sip. "I am truly sorry, Junju." Chapter 156. 3 days later. That day, the sun was very good. Even though it was already late autumn, it was still a rare good weather. The lazy sunlight shone on the charming petals of the big Persian chrysanthemums that had not yet withered, making them look even more beautiful. In Shufang Palace, a beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothes stood high above. Her previous exotic charm seemed to have been swept away in an instant, leaving only a naked murderous aura. The palace maid beside her served tea. "Your ladyship, after drinking tea, it is time to go to the palace to observe the public trial in front of the emperor." Honored Consort Shu slowly took the tea from the palace maid's hand and took a sip. She had also dressed up meticulously today, appearing even more beautiful and picturesque. Correspondingly, there was also an overbearing aura. The bright red dress undoubtedly made her even more imposing. Princess Hei's death was a huge blow to Empress Shu. For so many years, Empress Shu had no other sons in the palace except for Hei. She did not even think about fighting for the throne, relying on the emperor's favor. Although the emperor did not love her as much as imperial consort Chen, because she had given birth to a daughter, Princess Hei did not pose a threat to the country, so the emperor was not wary of her. Although Princess Hei was usually domineering, in the end, she was still a piece of flesh that had fallen from her belly. She had been pampered for so many years, but she did not know how she had ended up in such a tragic end. Empress Shu was an extremely arrogant and impulsive person. When she knew that Xian Lang had confirmed that Jiang Wan had killed Princess Hei, she wanted to rush out and tear Jiang Wan to pieces. However, Jiang Wan had already been locked up by the Ministry of Justice, so it was not easy for her to make a move. However, there was no one in the world that she, Empress Shu, could not defeat. She relied on her scheming and beauty to obtain a place among the 4 consorts in the palace. Naturally, she was not a pushover. Even Imperial Consort Chen, who had fought with her for a lifetime, was now at a disadvantage. What did Jiang Wan count for? She was just the daughter of a small official. Killing Princess He was a sin that she could not pay for in her lifetime. After Empress Shu calmed down, she was not anxious. This case involved a lot of people. She went to the emperor and cried, and the emperor also agreed to seek justice for He. After being husband and wife for so many years, Empress Shu could still grasp the emperor's emotions. Naturally, she could see that the emperor was already displeased with Jiang Wan. Moreover, there were witnesses and material evidence. Empress Shu did not even need to take care of it herself to make Jiang Wan die without a burial. Because the people involved in this case were all members of the royal family, and even Empress Dowager Ida had intervened, the emperor agreed to personally investigate the case. Since the founding of the country, there had only been 1 or 2 cases where the emperor personally investigated the case, and they were all major events that involved the founding elders of the country. This was the first time that such a royal dispute was personally investigated by the emperor. Empress Shu herself knew that besides Xiao Guang's family and Empress Dowager Ida, even Prince Jinying Xiao, the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor Lu Min, and the Zongbing Darren's Fu's youngest son, Gu Yi, were among those who pleaded for leniency for Jiang Wan. Every time she thought of this, Empress Shu would gnash her teeth in hatred. When Princess He was in the palace, because she was doted on by the emperor, she had made friends with a group of young masters and young ladies. Now that Princess He had died tragically, no one stood up to speak for her. Even those who had been on good terms with her were now like turtles hiding in their shells. It was true that she might have been warned by others, but it was clear that Princess Yi's friends were just a bunch of fair-weather friends. On the other hand, Jiang Wan was merely the daughter of an official, and not a genuine relative of the emperor. Yet, there were so many people rushing to protect her. She was indeed a foxy charmer at such a young age. Is Jinying Wang also here? Empress Shu put down her teacup and asked in a sinister tone. Your ladyship, Jinying Wang has already left, the palace maid replied. Empress Shu slowly clenched her fists. She did not know how Princess He had died, but she knew that everything was caused by Xiao. Since Princess He had lost her life for Xiao, then Jiang Wan, as Xiao's sweetheart, had to pay for Princess He's life no matter what. So what if he had great power and influence in the court? Under the watchful eyes of the public, would Xiao still be able to resist the imperial edict? Seeing the tragic death of her sweetheart with her own eyes, Empress Shu felt a deep pleasure in her heart whenever she thought of Xiao's furious expression and Jiang Ruan's despairing look. Jiang Dan had already entered the palace with the newly entered Shuxian and was staying in the small courtyard that the Shuxian women lived in together. The courtyard was filled with a group of young girls that were as beautiful as flowers and as fine as jade. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Perhaps it was the concubine daughter of a powerful family, or the daughter of a small family. Sending their daughter to the palace was nothing more than hoping that one day she would have a meteoric rise and help her maternal family. Since ancient times, this kind of thing was not uncommon. It was just that these young girls were still unaware of the dangers of the palace. Their innocent and unaffected appearances almost dazzled people's eyes. Jiang Dan sat quietly in the front hall of the room and watched the lively and excited young girls happily interacting with each other. Her face maintained a lively and somewhat bashful smile from beginning to end. This kind of appearance was the least likely to cause people to be on guard against her. Thus, even though she could only interject very little, it did not prevent the group of young girls from quickly treating her as one of their own. One of the concubine daughters from the assistant minister's family said, "Hey, sisters, I don't know if you have heard, but today is the day of the public trial for the murder of Princess He by the daughter of the Jiang family." "Ah, that's right. Now that you mention it, it's indeed today." Hearing this, another girl echoed, it's a pity that we can't go out from here, so we can't go and see what exactly is going on." Hearing the regret in her tone, this group of girls were all young and curious, and were also full of interest in such matters. For a moment, they were also somewhat disappointed, but their spirits were high. Jiang Dan smiled as she looked at everything in front of her. Her expression was the same as usual, as if she had not heard the news. "It's just a murder case. What's there to see?" The girl who spoke had a father who worked in the Ministry of Justice, so she probably knew a little about it. She nodded and said, "I heard my father say that there is almost no trial for Princess Heyi's case. The coroner has already examined it, and with a witness like the fourth prince, there is almost no way to retract the confession. So what if Princess Hong'an is favored by the Empress Dowager? Murdering a descendant of the imperial family is a crime punishable by execution. No one can protect her. Princess Hong'an is too bold. I didn't expect that she would dare to kill someone." One of them seemed to have thought of something and looked at Jiang Dan. Isn't she your sister? What do you think is going on?" Jiang Dan was slightly stunned, then shook her head and said, "This matter. I am not very clear. I am just a concubine daughter, so how can I be qualified to interfere in these matters? Then is she usually this fierce in the residence?" Someone asked curiously, "Have you ever been beaten or scolded by her?" Jiang Dan shook her head, but a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. "No, the Jijia has never hit me." The more she said this, the more suspicious her evasive gaze became. Everyone looked at her timid appearance, and when they talked about Jiang Ruan, they suddenly understood. For a moment, they were all chattering about Jiang Ruan's faults. Originally, as a woman, it was natural to have some jealousy in their hearts. These past few years, Jiang Ruan's appearance had been good, and her luck had been extraordinarily good. She had obtained the protection of Empress Dowager Ida, and she also had a war god older brother. This had already aroused the jealousy of others. Now that she had fallen into the water, these originally jealous people would naturally mercilessly step on her. In an unremarkable corner of the room, there was still a person sitting quietly at the moment. Her appearance was dainty and beautiful, but her expression was somewhat indifferent, even somewhat disdainful. Listening to everyone talk about Jiang Ruan, her face showed a bit of disgust. This person was none other than Dong Yinger. In the end, she had still entered the palace. Now, it seemed that the matter that Dong Yinger had originally rejected seemed not so difficult. There were so many beauties in the palace that even the emperor needed some luck to remember her, so there was no need to say that she was favored. If the emperor never noticed her, then it might not be a bad thing to die peacefully in the palace. Dong Yinger had heard her father mention that Jiang Ruan had killed Princess Heyi. She naturally did not believe that Jiang Ruan would kill Princess Heyi. It was not because of anything else, but because she felt that even if Jiang Ruan wanted to kill someone, she would not be so stupid as to do it in front of the fourth prince. The capital governor was an intelligent person. When he had analyzed the pros and cons, Dong Yinger had heard a thing or two, but this was also something that she could not do. Now, sitting here, listening to these people belittling Jiang Ruan and Jiang Dan's hypocritical slander, Dong Yinger only felt an uncomfortable feeling in her stomach. If it was according to her usual temperament, based on her friendship with Jiang Ruan, she would naturally go forward to reason with her. But now, she just sat to the side, coldly watching the crowd's discussion, and did not go forward. In her mind, she thought of the time when she was about to be sent to the palace. When she had cried and begged Jiang Ruan had said that it had nothing to do with her. Things in the world were mostly unpredictable. Dong Yinger did not know why, but she actually felt a trace of joy in her heart. For example, at this moment, Jiang Ruan was in prison and was slandered for killing Hong and Princess. Just as those beauties had said, it was difficult for her to escape, but what did it have to do with her? However, no matter how the truth changed in the palace, the public trial in the palace hall still had to be heard. The emperor, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, stood high above, looking at the crowd of civil and military officials who were watching the trial. He had a naturally dignified bearing. Today's public trial in front of the emperor was not so much to let the civil and military officials observe the trial to show fairness, but rather to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. These days, there were some forces in the court who could not restrain themselves from stirring, and the emperor naturally saw it. He also needed to give those who saw the wind and were still watching. Today, the emperor wanted to use the trial to kill their prestige and let the world see who had the final say in this country. Eunuch Li looked down and waved his horsetail whisk as he sat quietly to one side. Luo Tingwei, on the other hand, stood to one side and had long since ordered people to bring the guilty official in. Then, he heard someone shout from outside, "The guilty official has arrived." Jiang Ruan, dressed in snow-white prison clothes, was escorted in by a group of soldiers. However, it was unknown whether it was because someone had instructed them, or because she herself did not struggle and had a good attitude, but the soldiers did not coerce her and only followed by her side. She walked towards the throne room step by step, giving off the feeling of lotus flowers with each step. She had a smile on her face and a calm expression on her face, as if she wasn't here to participate in a life-or-death trial. She even seemed to be at ease. In this way, it was as if she had brought two servants out for a quick stroll. When Empress Xu, who was sitting at the side, saw this, her eyes could not help but flash slightly. A trace of resentment flashed through her eyes, and she slowly tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her sleeve. Jiang Ruan's clothes were clean, and her hair was not messed up. Even at such a time, her elegance did not diminish. The civil and military officials of the court had seen her once when she had accompanied the Empress Dowager back to the palace, and they knew that she was charming and moving. Now that they had not seen each other for a long time, she suddenly appeared in the throne room. Even though she was dressed in prison clothes, it made her look even more picturesque, as if she was a living spirit. This young girl seemed to grow more beautiful with each passing day. This time, she seemed to have lost some of her beauty compared to the last time. For a moment, some of the younger officials in the court were somewhat infatuated. Jiang Ruan slowly walked past, but her gaze fell on the black-clothed youth in front of the officials. Today, he was wearing a black first-rank court robe embroidered with a golden python, which made him look even more dignified and elegant. Even among the crowd of geniuses, he was still the most eye-catching one. Noticing Jiang Ruan's gaze, a trace of a smile flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes. With such a smile, his elegant and heroic face seemed to have a hint of gentleness that seeped into one's bones. Lu Min, who had been paying attention to Jiang Ruan's every move, felt as if he had lost something, and his heart felt strangely uncomfortable. His original worry for Jiang Ruan immediately turned into a chest full of discomfort. He slightly turned his head away, no longer looking at this depressing scene. Xian Li's smile was gentle and elegant. He only stared at Jiang Ruan with a smile, as if he was staring at a prey that was about to fall into a trap, full of satisfaction. Xian Lang stood beside Xian Li, his body slightly turned to the side, as if he was avoiding something. In the eyes of others, they would only think that this incompetent and cowardly fourth prince was afraid because this was his first time being a witness. Zhao Guang frowned tightly, and the gaze he used to look at Jiang Ruan was incomparably distressed. This was the flesh and blood of the Zhao family, but now she was imprisoned, and as her grandfather, he could not do anything. Xiao Xiao had already informed him that he had his own arrangements for this matter. Although he had a fiery temper, he knew that Xiao Xiao was a person who would do what he said. If he acted rashly, it could ruin Xiao Xiao's plans. But up until now, Xiao Xiao had not made any moves. Zhao Guang had long since rained curses on Xiao Xiao in his heart. He thought to himself, what a good little brat, to actually play around with the Zhao family like this. Could it be that he had fallen for his trick? This little brat was simply a coward. He did not have the guts to seek redress for the Ruan girl's grievances, and instead retreated at the last minute. Unlike Zhao Guang, although Empress Dowager Yi De was also worried about Jiang Ruan, she did not show it on her face. She still had the appearance of an ancient well without ripples. It was just that the ruby on her left hand slowly and uneasily brushed against the edge of the chair. This was her usual action. Whenever she felt uneasy, she would unconsciously brush against it. Jiang Ruan was a special existence in Empress Dowager Yida's heart. In the beginning, she had regarded her as Princess Yuan Rong. After 3 years of living together, she had developed some feelings of sincerity towards her. Now, Jiang Ruan was Xiao Xiao's sweetheart. Empress Dowager Yida was very clear about Xiao Xiao's temperament. It was fine if such a person did not fall in love, but like his father, once he fell in love, he would set his mind on a person. Since he had set his mind on Jiang Ruan, he would certainly not allow her to fall into danger. It was just that Xiao Xiao's temperament was intense, so Empress Dowager Yida could not intervene in this matter. This was because she knew clearly that Xiao Xiao had already made his move in secret, but she did not know how intense this method was. She could only hope that Jiang Ruan's calm temperament would be able to restrain him. Of course, Empress Dowager Yida could not possibly know that in certain matters, Jiang Ruan's temperament was 10,000 times more intense than Xiao Xiao's. Hong and Junju. Under the emperor's signal, Luo Tingwei opened his mouth and said, "You killed Junju He. There are witnesses and material evidence. Your intentions are punishable by death. Plotting to murder a descendant of the imperial family is a crime of the highest degree. What else can you say?" After this case was sent to the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court had already tried it once. At that time, it was almost decided that Jiang Ruan was guilty, but no matter what, Jiang Ruan stubbornly refused to admit to it. Later, there was talk of the emperor personally trying the case, so this matter was delayed. "I did not kill Junju He," Jiang Ruan said. Her expression did not show a trace of panic, and her voice was powerful and resonant, as if her words were irrefutable evidence. People always believed in what they saw in front of them. Even those who had initially believed that Jiang Ruan was the murderer were slightly shaken at this moment. People were always particularly tolerant towards beautiful women. "What a sharp tongue, what a poisonous beauty." Empress Shu sneered and said, "You are so young, yet you have such a vicious heart. I don't know how my He offended you to have you kill her like this. As He's mother, I must seek justice for my son. Hong and Junju, murder must be repaid with one's life." Empress Shu changed the topic and looked at the emperor. Her eyes suddenly became misty. "Your Majesty, He is your daughter. You must seek justice for this concubine, for the deceased He." The emperor looked down at Jiang Ruan, who was kneeling in the hall, and said indifferently, "Hong, and if you say that He was not killed by you, then you must produce evidence. If you cannot produce evidence, we can only accept that you have nothing to say." Towards the end of his words, his tone had already intensified, and it was almost as if there was some kind of inexplicable threat mixed in. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will be laid. The hearts of the officials were all shaken. They knew that this was a precursor to the emperor's anger. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to make a sound, for fear that the anger would be transferred to them. However, the expression of the young girl in the hall did not change. It was as if the thunderous anger was nothing more than a raindrop in the spring. In a moment, the clouds were as light as the wind. Her gaze swept over the officials and paused for a moment in front of the yellow-robed monk by the emperor's side. The monk had a benevolent countenance and held a Buddhist prayer bead in one hand. When he received her gaze, he slightly lowered his eyes and was about to say Amitabha Buddha. "I can testify for her that He's death has nothing to do with her." A clear voice suddenly appeared in the hall. That voice came abruptly, like a sudden clap of thunder on everyone's head. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly, the emperor's eyes flashed, Empress Shu immediately sat up straight, and Empress Dowager Yida's hand that was touching the ruby armor stopped. However, Jiang Ruan's eyes suddenly widened, her body trembled, and she turned her head in disbelief. Chapter 157. This earth-shattering sentence was like a pebble thrown into a lake, immediately stirring up 1,000 ripples in the throne room. Behind him, a palace maid escorted him. His small figure was upright and seemed to have a special emotion in his eyes. Who else could it be but Xian Pei? Everyone looked at Xian Pei in amazement. The 13th prince was almost unheard of in the imperial court. Even if Xian Lang was incompetent, he still had concubine Xian to protect him, so he wouldn't be bullied. However, the 13th prince Xian Pei was only the son of a lowly palace maid. Now that his birth mother had passed away, no one in the palace cared about him. If not for the fact that he could be mentioned, no one would have remembered that there was such a person in the palace. Perhaps Xian Pei had specially dressed up today, finding a lotus green brocade robe. Lotus green was solemn and dignified. Now that Xian Pei was only an 8 or 9-year-old youth, he looked a little strange wearing it. Although the robe looked like brocade, it was probably a style from many years ago. At a glance, it was obvious that it did not fit him. But even so, that small figure walked leisurely. Although he was not tall, he had a steady and calm demeanor. Even a glimmer of surprise involuntarily flashed through the emperor's eyes. It was said that a person's actions and actions reflected their bearing. Xian Pei's sudden appearance in front of everyone's eyes was not the cowardly, lowly prince in everyone's hearts. Instead, he had a kind of bearing and elegance. Everyone even had the illusion that, given time, this prince would certainly not be an ordinary person. Now, at such a young age, he already had a reserved and calm demeanor. Although the imperial family was blessed by heaven, Xian Li in the past was no better than this. Xian Pei walked to the throne room, lifted the corner of his robe, and knelt down beside Jiang Wan. He said, "Imperial father, this son can testify that Princess He was not killed by Hong and Junju." Jiang Wan looked at the youth in front of her in a daze. Looking at him up close, Xian Pei was different from the bullied child from before. It was as if he had become a different person. His face was pretentiously calm and mature, but it was extremely unfamiliar. Xian Pei had always been timid, and because of his birth mother, he was often bullied and humiliated in the palace. In her previous life, she had also entered the palace around this time. At that time, she had also encountered Xian Pei being bullied. At the time, she had said a few words of comfort. Later, for some unknown reason, the emperor had heard of it and had given Xian Pei to her to raise. In her previous life, she and Xian Pei depended on each other in the palace. Xian Pei was the most sensible child she had ever seen. However, he was a good child, but he could only be trapped deep in the palace like her. Xian Pei did not even have the opportunity to show off his abilities in court like the other princes. Before Xian Pei met her, he had been ruined by the people in the palace with ulterior motives. Although he was 8 or 9 years old, his mind was no different from a 5 or 6-year-old child. Now, this child was completely different from his usual self. There was no trace of the infatuation from his previous life in his eyes. They were clearly clear and bright. Xian Pei had always been good-looking. In her previous life, Li Dong had taken a fancy to him because of his incomparable beauty. At this moment, the child's appearance was excellent. Kneeling together with Jiang Wan, it actually caused the people in the throne room to feel a sense of absent-mindedness. They only felt that these two people's appearance and mannerisms were actually 70% similar. However, on second thought, they felt that they were overthinking. Xian Lang and Xian Li's gazes changed slightly. Xian Pei's appearance was something that neither of them had expected. Although this Xian Pei was not favored, he was still a prince like them in name. In Xian Li's eyes, Xian Pei was not even considered an ant. Deep in the palace, he had rarely heard of his name. Now that he was young and tender, and had been ruined since childhood, there was simply nothing to fear. Today's sudden appearance had already shocked Xian Li greatly if he had spoken up for Jiang Wan. At this moment, Xian Pei's bearing and mannerisms made Xian Li feel deeply uneasy. The emperor gazed at Xian Pei with a complicated expression. He had never taken this son of his to heart. He could not even remember how many princes had died over the years, but the bones buried deep in the palace had never been lacking. Perhaps it was heaven's punishment for him. Among these sons, as long as they had some talent, they all had the ambition of wolves, or they were simply incompetent. For example, the crown prince had a shallow temperament. If he had not secretly protected him, he was afraid that he would have long since become a sacrifice in the power struggles of others. The emperor could no longer remember Xian Pei's mother. Deep in the palace, princes of lowly birth were dispensable to the emperor, and he had never cared about them. Today, seeing Xian Pei for the first time, he did not know what kind of feeling he had in his heart. This youth was young and beautiful, and his facial features were extremely beautiful. Because he had lived in the palace for a long time, his skin appeared excessively fair. However, because of his young age, he did not appear pale and sallow. Instead, he was as moving as a crystal doll. He had inherited the natural good bearing of the imperial family, and he had mastered this good bearing extremely well. Even though he had not come out to see people for so many years, and he did not know how he was doing, his natural noble bearing had not been damaged in the slightest. More importantly, from the moment he walked in, he had looked straight into the emperor's eyes. His voice was respectful but not humble, and his attitude was calm but not conceited. How was he like an 8 or 9-year-old child? It would be more accurate to say that he was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The emperor suddenly realized that he had overlooked a possibly outstanding prince for so many years. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly. He could clearly see that Jiang Ruan's gaze towards Xian Pei was somewhat unusual. Although she had tried her best to conceal it, it still revealed a little. He had placed embroidered uniform guards in the palace, so naturally, he had heard about the 13th prince's situation. How could a spoiled child suddenly change overnight? A while ago, Jiang Ruan had helped Xian Pei. Later, the embroidered uniform guards reported the situation. At that time, Xian Pei was still a cowardly prince who was bullied by palace maids. How could he act so appropriately today? It was as if he was a completely different person. Looking again at the palace maids and eunuchs who had followed Xian Pei here, they behaved appropriately and did not overstep their boundaries. It was clear that they sincerely respected their master. He had originally thought that Xian Pei's appearance was arranged by Jiang Ruan, but now it seemed different. Jiang Ruan's expression clearly showed that she did not know anything. What did this 13th prince mean? Xiao Xiao's gaze paused. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Xian Pei's actions and mannerisms were somewhat similar to Jiang Ruan's. The emperor muttered to himself for a long time before slowly saying, "Oh, how do you want to testify?" That day, when the incident happened, I was also at Mufeng Pavilion and saw it with my own eyes. Princess He was dragged to a chair by 2 palace maids. At first, I thought that they were playing around. Later, Hong and Junju came. I saw her go forward to inquire, and then Princess He collapsed. At that time, the incident happened so suddenly that I was bewildered and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to me to sneak back. Later, I heard that Hong and Junju had been thrown into prison. I thought about it from all sides and felt that something was wrong. Although I was afraid, I could not watch as Hong and Junju was slandered. I was cowardly, so I came forward to testify. Imperial Father, please understand. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What did the 13th prince mean? He could testify at the scene, and the 4th prince, Xian Lang, also claimed to have seen it with his own eyes. Xian Pei's words were obviously accusing Xian Lang of lying. Xian Lang's expression changed a few times. Naturally, he also knew the severity of this matter. Since Xian Pei had said such words, he had to wade into these muddy waters even if he did not want to. Moreover, no matter what, Xian Pei's words had first aroused the emperor's suspicions. What kind of person was Xian Pei? Right now, he was only a child of 8 or 9 years old. No matter how calm he appeared, his age could not be refuted. People would think that a child did not need to lie, but he was different. Without waiting for Xian Lang to open his mouth to exonerate himself, Empress Shu impatiently said, "Do you know what you are saying?" His Fourth Highness also saw it with his own eyes. By saying this, aren't you wrongly accusing his Fourth Highness? Empress Shu's heart was already filled with hatred towards Xian Pei. He was merely the son of a lowly palace maid, yet he had actually colluded with Jiang Yuan to exonerate him. Since this was the case, she would drag this 13th prince into the water and make him pay for his actions. Empress Dowager Ida looked at Xian Pei in confusion. When she had first seen Xian Pei, she had also been astonished, thinking that it was Xiao Xiao's arrangement. In her heart, she had wondered when Xiao Xiao and Xian Pei had become related. Later, when she saw that Xian Pei's words were clear, unlike the rumors in the palace, her heart was slightly comforted. She naturally trusted Xiao Xiao's character. Since Xian Pei had been chosen by Xiao Xiao, he naturally would not be bad. And among these princes, it was really rare to find someone who had some talent and no ambition. Immediately, Empress Dowager Ida glanced at Empress Shu and said, "The matter has not been clarified." Empress Shu, Ija thinks that you have overstepped your bounds. Empress Shu did not dare to offend Empress Dowager Ida, so she unwillingly kept her mouth shut. In her heart, however, she was calculating how to drag Xian Pei into the water. The emperor glanced at Xian Pei. Although he did not like him exonerating Jiang Yuan, he still asked, "Oh, do you know that what fourth brother said is not quite the same as what you said?" Replying to imperial father, "I do not know what fourth brother said, but I saw that when the palace maid supported He to move Feng Pavilion, fourth brother was also there. I also heard what fourth brother said to Hong and Junju." Xian Pei's voice was clear and bright, different from the gloominess of an adult man. It had a kind of clarity and vitality that belonged to a youth. Listening to it made one's heart feel at ease, as if everything he said was convincing. Xian Lang clenched his fists tightly, only to hear the emperor ask, "What did he say?" Jiang Yuan glanced at Xian Pei. At this time, she was also somewhat uncertain whether Xian Pei had been there that day. For her, Xian Pei's appearance today was really too unimaginable. It was also precisely because of Xian Pei's sudden appearance that she was unable to continue with the matter of Hui Ju. Xian Pei should not have been there that day. What made her even more puzzled was why, in such a short period of time, Xian Pei seemed to have changed into a different person. What exactly had happened? I heard fourth brother say to Hong and Junju that when fourth brother mentioned the marriage in front of imperial grandmother, he hoped that Hong and Junju would not refuse. Otherwise, Hong and Junju would not be able to escape the great crime of beheading. Xian Pei said loudly. As soon as these words came out, the Jinluan Imperial Hall immediately fell silent. Even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Xian Lang's face suddenly became snow-white, and the first thing he did was to look at Xian Li's expression. Jiang Yuan also stared blankly for a moment, then laughed in her heart. It seemed that Xian Pei had certainly not been to this Feng Bo pavilion that day. Xian Pei's words could not be said to be unwise. Just as he finished speaking, not only did the emperor's expression change slightly, even Xian Li's expression became unnatural. Xian Lang had originally framed Xian Li for murder. His ultimate goal was merely to marry Jiang Yuan into the Xian Li Fu. However, Xian Pei's words revealed another meaning. Xian Lang's words meant that he wanted him to marry Jiang Yuan. Xian Li appeared to be lenient on the surface, but in reality, he was very suspicious. How could he not suspect that Xian Lang was outwardly complying but inwardly opposing? On the surface, it seemed that Xian Lang was doing things according to his wishes, but in reality, he was using a different method. Although Xian Lang was incompetent, there was still Imperial Consort Xian above him. Now that Imperial Consort Chen had lost her power, Xian Lang might still have a chance to climb up. If Jiang Yuan married Xian Lang, the benefits that she could bring to Xian Li would also bring to Xian Lang. If Xian Lang really did have other intentions, it was not impossible. Xian Li's eyes flashed slightly, but he was not as calm as before. Xian Lang had been planning with him for many years, so he naturally knew what Xian Li was thinking. For a moment, he was very angry at Xian Pei's stratagem of sowing discord, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was unable to explain it to Xian Li. Anxious, he also strode into the hall and knelt down in front of the emperor. Imperial Father, please understand, this son has been wrongly accused. Xian Lang's voice was incomparably sorrowful. He was a person who was used to putting on a show, but his face really did show some confusion and helplessness. He looked at Xian Pei with a gaze full of grief and indignation, and said indignantly, 13th younger brother, you and I are both brothers. Who incited you to frame me? You are still young, so you must not fall into other people's trap. The meaning of his words was to point the spearhead at Jiang Yuan, and he had successfully used the emperor's suspicions towards Jiang Yuan. Xian Pei was still young, so it was very likely that he would be bewitched by others. All the officials looked at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's expression did not change, but her heart was somewhat troubled. What exactly did Xian Pei want to do? She did not want Xian Pei to be involved in this matter, but Xian Pei's various actions today must have aroused the attention of many people in the court. For example, Xian Li would certainly notice Xian Pei's abnormality. It was not necessarily a good thing for Xian Pei to be in the limelight today. Currently, he did not have the ability to protect himself. It could be foreseen that after today, Xian Pei's position in the court would be better than before, but at the same time, his troubles would follow. For a mother, it was in her nature to protect her child. Jiang Yuan did not want Xian Pei to be involved, but now that the situation had developed to this point, no one had expected it. For a moment, she did not know how to end the matter. This son's words are all true, and I hope that Imperial Father will understand. Xian Pei did not pay attention to Xian Lang's words, but his tone was as stubborn as ever. The emperor looked at Xian Pei with a deep gaze and said in a low voice, both of you insist on your own words, and both have your own explanations. One of you must be lying. 13th, even if you testify, Hong and Junju cannot escape from this matter. Even with Xian Pei's testimony, both sides insisted on their own words, and still could not prove Jiang Yuan's innocence. This show could not end. Unexpectedly, Xian Pei shook his head and said, no, not only this son is a witness, there is another person who can testify for Hong and Junju. The entire hall was in an uproar. There was another person. Oh. Who else? The emperor asked. There is also this son. In the silence, someone suddenly spoke. The crown prince suddenly smiled and stood out from among the hundreds of officials. The empress and Empress Dowager Yi's gazes froze at the same time. Xian Li's tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, and Xian Lang looked at the crown prince in disbelief. However, the crown prince looked at Jiang Yuan meaningfully, walked to Xian Pei's side, lifted the corner of his robe, and knelt down. The three of them knelt side by side. The crown prince said to the emperor, replying to Imperial Father, 13th younger brother's words are all true, because this son was also present that day. Jiang Yuan frowned. Xian Pei was not present that day, so the crown prince's words could be said to be full of nonsense. She had instructed Xiao Xiao not to interfere in this matter, so the crown prince's sudden action was certainly not Xiao Xiao's idea. Even if the people of the General Fu wanted to save her, they would not have used the crown prince's method, so it should not have been done by the people of the General Fu. Then, this matter was a little strange. Jiang Yuan glanced at Xian Pei, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be Xian Pei? The emperor had not yet spoken, but Xu Fei finally could not bear it and cried out involuntarily, "Crown Prince, what are you saying? Have you also been bewitched by someone?" The Empress looked coldly at Xu Fei and said, "Xu Fei, be careful with your words." Although the Empress had an undeserved reputation in the inner palace, when the Emperor was present, she still had some position. Usually, she let the affairs of the inner palace flow as they pleased, but once it was related to the Crown Prince, she had no choice but to pay attention. She did not care if Xu Fei wanted to slander and frame others, but when it involved the Crown Prince, she could not sit idly by. "Shut up." The Emperor was also angry with Xu Fei's actions. Previously, he sympathized with her for losing her beloved daughter, so he was more tolerant of her, but now he saw that she was really becoming more and more unreasonable. However, he still had some doubts in his heart when the Crown Prince suddenly spoke up for Jiang Yuan. This son of his had no brains and could not be of great use. He was often led by the nose by others, but he was still arrogant and often did stupid things. It was even more impossible for him to take the initiative to help others. Today, his attitude was obviously speaking up for Jiang Yuan. Could it be that Jiang Yuan had some relationship with the Crown Prince? One Xian Pei had already made him very suspicious, so why did the Crown Prince interfere? The imperial palace had never heard of any dealings between the Crown Prince and Jiang Yuan, so the Emperor could not help but cast his gaze toward Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao himself had already mentioned that he wanted to marry Jiang Yuan, but when Jiang Yuan was sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison, he did not make any move. At that time, he had already felt that it was strange. Could it be that he had kept this hidden? The Emperor immediately felt somewhat stifled. His Highness the Crown Prince had come out to testify, which meant that there were two princes speaking up for Jiang Yuan. Suddenly, the situation changed again. Xian Lang was somewhat anxious. This matter should have been foolproof, but today, halfway through, the Crown Prince and Xian Pei had appeared. Most importantly, ever since Xian Pei had said those words, the way Xian Li looked at him had changed, and he had no intention of speaking up for him. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would break through the soil and germinate on its own. In the end, it would grow into an invincible tumor, and Xian Li, who was naturally suspicious, was even more so. He faced the Emperor and kowtowed several times, "Imperial Father, everything this son has said is true. This son does not dare to deceive Imperial Father. Imperial Father is wise." The Crown Prince carelessly looked at Xian Lang and said, "Fourth younger brother, what are you saying? Could it be that Ben Gong and 13th younger brother have colluded to frame you?" The hundreds of officials in the court looked at them, puzzled. The Crown Prince and Xian Lang had always been on good terms, but now, they had turned into enemies. However, Xian Lang was well aware that ever since Jiang Yuan had said something to the Crown Prince had deliberately distanced himself from him, and even belittled her to cause trouble for him. Xian Lang knew that this matter was definitely related to Jiang Yuan, and because of this, Xian Lang had always been somewhat afraid of Jiang Yuan. At this moment, the Crown Prince was mercilessly suppressing him, and Consort Xian was not present today. Xian Li did not say anything, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it himself. The Crown Prince said to the Emperor, that day, this son met 13th younger brother by chance on the road. On a spur of the moment, I went to Mufeng Pavilion. I did not expect to see the scene that 13th younger brother had just described. At that time, this son was also extremely afraid, but seeing that 13th younger brother dared to come out to testify at such a young age, if this son continues to be a cowardly tortoise, then I am not fit to be Imperial Father's son. Thus, I came out to testify for Hong and Junju. He spoke without thinking, with the appearance of a sloppy debauchee. The hundreds of officials had seen the Crown Prince's way of doing things, and for a moment, they were all speechless. The Emperor suppressed his anger and was about to speak when he heard the Crown Prince speak again. However, there are many points of doubt in this case, so this son has brought someone to help. With this person's help, it will not be difficult to solve this case satisfactorily. Who? the emperor asked in a low voice. Come, the crown prince said loudly, bring the holy hand of Jinling, divine Dr. Xia, up, a eunuch announced, and a person slowly walked in from outside the hall. He was dressed in a refreshing blue robe and looked to be in his early 20s. He had a pleasing baby face and a satchel at his waist. When he arrived in the hall, he knelt before the emperor and said, This commoner, Xia Qing, kowtows in salute to your majesty. Holy hand of Jinling, Xia Qing. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This person had served in the Imperial Physician's Bureau for generations, yet he was born in Xia Qing's generation. Xia Qing was a restless person. He looked down on the treatment methods of the Imperial physicians, and his mind was full of novel ideas. However, the masters that the Imperial physicians treated were all nobles. If they were not careful and killed someone, they would lose their head. How could they tolerate Xia Qing's novel, never-before-heard treatment methods? Xia Qing felt that the longer he stayed in the imperial palace, the more he would be restricted. Thus, he bade farewell to his family and went out to travel. He did not know that later on, he became Jia Nanshan's disciple and became teacher Ba Qi's disciple. His medical skills reached perfection and he received the title of Holy Hand of Jinling. Although Xia Qing was still young, there was no one in the great Jin dynasty who did not know his name. Even so, when the Imperial Physician's Bureau invited him again, Xia Qing still tactfully declined. He had traveled the north and south of the Yangtze River, but this was the first time he had entered the imperial palace after becoming famous. No one had expected that the crown prince would invite Xia Qing, nor that Xia Qing was related to the crown prince. Now that Xia Qing had come, what did he want? Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expressions, the crown prince smiled, Everyone, there is no need to be suspicious. I believe that He Yi's death is really strange. Even the corpse is not right. It just so happens that divine Dr. Xia is an old friend of mine. I invited him to take a look at He Yi's corpse. After a pause, he slowly said, If I didn't look, I wouldn't have known. Chapter 158. What did you discover? The emperor's expression was unfathomable. The crown prince smiled again and looked at Xia Qing, divine Dr. Xia, tell imperial father about your discovery. Xia Qing hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Reporting to your majesty, this commoner observed Princess Yi's corpse and saw that her expression was slightly ill. The livor mortis was also somewhat strange, and the color was even more peculiar. A medical practitioner must be rigorous and careful, and must not make a single mistake. Although Princess Yi is of noble birth and this commoner has already overstepped his bounds by peeping into the corpse, he must not overlook anything. A medical practitioner is especially taboo to overlook a leopard through a tube, so this commoner boldly took a closer look. Once I looked, I discovered that Princess Yi's lips were black and blue, and there were tiny red spots on her body. Her limbs were not stiff, and her hair was also clotted. This person was a medical fanatic, and his long-winded ramblings left everyone in the hall scratching their heads in confusion. However, Xia Qing herself was completely unaware of it, and when she talked about the symptoms, she still spoke with great interest and seriousness. Even the emperor's face showed some impatience. Finally, when Xia Qing finished talking about the suspicious points on Princess Yi's body, he said, From this commoner's observation, I know that Princess Yi consumed a type of xianji powder. This powder is colorless and odorless, and when fed to the mouth, as long as it is supplemented with perfume, the corpse will remain in a state where it was not long after death. This commoner smelled the perfume on Princess Yi's body, and concluded that Princess Yi was poisoned with xianji powder. Nonsense. Empress Shu couldn't help but say, What xianji powder? He Yi was clearly killed by Jiang Ruan. Your ladyship, please do not be impatient. Xia Qing was still unhurried, and spoke seriously with assurance. This commoner knew that there was something fishy about it, so I used the method that master taught me to remove the xianji powder, in Princess Yi's body. After Princess Yi removed the drug that interfered with the coroner's vision, the corpse would no longer lie, and the time of death would appear. This commoner saw that Princess Yi's wound was blue, and looking at the time, it was at least 1 day earlier than the coroner's judgment. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the throne room. Xia Qing's words implied that Princess He had already died long before Jiang Ruan had gone to Mufeng Pavilion. In this way, Jiang Ruan's crime of murder was not established. On the contrary, what Xian Pei and the Crown Prince had just said seemed to be true. Furthermore, Xian Pei said that it was Xian Lang and Princess He's palace maid who brought Princess He to the Cleansing Wind Pavilion. Why would Xian Lang be with Princess He's corpse? Wasn't it very likely that Princess He was killed by him? This was just a case of a thief crying thief. Xian Lang's expression changed greatly. However, the appearance of the Crown Prince and Xian Pei today was truly too sudden. It had already caused his mind to become slightly muddle-headed. Coupled with the sudden appearance of Xia Qing, it completely messed up his plans. Xian Lang was a brainless person. He only relied on the fact that Xian Li was in the palace to do things. Who would have thought that Xian Li would also be estranged from him? Today, Xian Li must be planning to watch with folded arms. Xian Lang's mind was in a mess and he could not think of any other way. He could only futilely say, "No, you are lying. I saw Princess He die in her hands with my own eyes." At that time, Princess He was still fine. Empress Xu was also somewhat suspicious of Xia Qing's words. She was not a divine doctor and naturally could not see anything wrong with Princess He's corpse. At first, she thought that this matter was done by Jiang Ruan and wholeheartedly wanted to put Jiang Ruan to death. Who would have thought that at this moment, Xia Qing would suddenly say such a thing? If it was really as Xia Qing said, then Princess He had died a day ago at the Cleansing Wind Pavilion. Who was the real murderer? Although Empress Xu disliked Jiang Ruan because of Princess He, she was also unwilling to let the real murderer who killed her daughter get away scot-free. Moreover, she could not accept the feeling of being deceived by someone else. Immediately, her willowy eyebrows rose and she shouted, "Xia Qing, is what you said true?" "Of course it is true." Although Xia Qing was somewhat indignant at being questioned like this, she still explained in a good temper, "Although this commoner travels everywhere, this commoner has opened my medical shop in Jinling for so many years. No one has ever said anything wrong about my medical shop, nor would I destroy my own reputation. This commoner has already seen Princess He's corpse. At this moment, the medicine has been removed. If your ladyship does not believe me, you can find a coroner and an imperial physician to examine the corpse and see if what this commoner said is false." The reputation of the Jinling divine physician was well known in the great Jin dynasty. Among the physicians of the Jin dynasty, his words were priceless advice. Who would doubt that his diagnosis was false? If they doubted it, then they would be going against the entire medical profession of the great Jin dynasty. Xia Qing was a straightforward person, and his character was praised by everyone. Since he had already said so, no one doubted that he was wrong. The Crown Prince also followed up, "Imperial Father, this son has just had the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Palace Coroner re-examine the corpse. It is indeed as Divine Dr. Xia said, he died before that day at the Cleansing Wind Pavilion." The Emperor's expression changed slightly. Empress Dowager Ida's hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, gradually unfurled and slowly stroked the ruby armor. She faintly said, "Lao Si, what else do you have to say?" "No, that's not it." Xian Lang had never thought that Xia Qing would have such a trick up his sleeve, catching him off guard. However, at this time, it was already difficult to turn the tables. The Emperor looked at him with a thoughtful gaze, causing Xian Lang to be unable to help but feel apprehensive. He had planned for so long, pretending to be weak and harmless for so long. Seeing that his great cause was about to succeed, could it be that today, all his previous efforts would be for naught? "Fourth brother, Ben Gong knows that you admire Hong and Princess, but you cannot use such an underhanded method. The Crown Prince smiled. Moreover, Deputy General Zhang's life and death are unknown at the front lines. You did not hesitate to frame Hong and Princess. This is really too despicable. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. Once he did, everyone immediately thought of the matter of Jiang Xing. Just now, Xian Pei had said that Xian Lang wanted to use He Yi's death to force a marriage. Why would he force a marriage without any rhyme or reason? If he really came for the beauty, then if he couldn't obtain her, then he would destroy her. Moreover, he had also thrown in a Princess He Yi. The gains did not make up for the losses. If it was because of the military power in Jiang Xing's hands, then it was very possible. Although Jiang Xing's current position was very awkward, if he advanced, he would have meritorious service. If he retreated, he would be able to take over military power. No matter what, marrying Jiang Yuan would be a worthwhile transaction. If Xian Lang had such intentions, then everything made sense. However, after understanding this, everyone could not help but sigh in their hearts. Originally, they had seen this incompetent fourth prince following behind the crown prince every day. They had not expected him to have such ambitions and schemes. He really could not be underestimated. Xian Lang looked resentfully at the crown prince, who responded with a smile. Ever since he had received Jiang Ruan's reminder, although the crown prince was a brainless person, he did not have the temperament to allow himself to be trampled upon. He especially hated those who betrayed and deceived him. He believed that he had treated Xian Lang well, but who knew that the results of his investigation would reveal that Xian Lang had a close relationship with Xian Li. When he thought of how Xian Lang had originally only put on an act and acted like a brother, the crown prince felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. In the early years, there were some inexplicable matters that had been proven to be Xian Lang's doing. The crown prince had long been extremely angry with Xian Lang. Now that he had found an opportunity, he naturally wanted to suppress him to death. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. If Xian Lang had treated the crown prince with some sincerity, he would not have fallen to the state where he was today. Immediately after, the commander-in-chief of the army, Gu Daran, entered the palace hall to report, replying to your majesty, this official found bloodstains and torn clothing in the abandoned well in the palace. It was identified that it was worn by Junju. If Jiang Yuan had really killed the person, then Xian Lang would have seen it at the time. How would he have had the time to take off Junju He Yi's clothes and run to the abandoned well a few miles away to throw them away? The crown prince shook his head and said, "Fourth brother, it is not that I want to criticize you, but killing your own sister for the sake of Hong and Junju is somewhat inexcusable. I know that you and Consort Shu have a deep relationship. When you did something wrong when you were young, it was Consort Shu who spoke up for you in front of Imperial Father. If you killed He Yi like this, how sad would Consort Shu be? You see, she trusted you so much and never doubted you." As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Consort Shu's face changed greatly. Xian Lang also froze on the spot. The crown prince's words were indeed correct. Imperial consort Chen appeared gentle on the surface, but in reality, she was arrogant. Normally, she walked very far away from the other three consorts. Consort Shu was arrogant and willful by nature. Moreover, she had no children, so she did not pose a threat. She had been favored by the emperor for some time. In the past, Xian Lang had deliberately tried to curry favor with Consort Shu, hoping that Consort Shu would say a few good words about him in front of the emperor. Now, with the crown prince's words, everyone's spearhead was directed towards Consort Shu. Indeed, after Consort Shu lost He Yi, the first thing she did was to make things difficult for Jiang Yuan. However, she completely trusted Xian Lang's words. If Xian Lang and Consort Shu had a close relationship, could there be an inside story? Once an imperial consort in the palace had ambitions, her actions were extremely frightening. Could it be that Consort Shu was also aware of He Yi's death, but she had colluded with Xian Lang to force Jiang Yuan into marriage. What was their purpose? Naturally, it was because Consort Shu had no children and he was only a woman. If Xian Lang had power in the future, or even if he could sit in that position, Consort Shu would also be able to get a share of the pie. The heart of an emperor was especially sensitive to these matters. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the emperor's gaze shot straight towards Consort Shu. Although Consort Shu was arrogant and willful in the palace, she was well aware of the pros and cons. While secretly hating the crown prince for dragging her into this, she hurriedly raised her voice and said, "I did not expect that I would trust you so much, fourth prince. Yet, you have harmed He like this. Your imperial majesty." She looked towards the emperor and two streams of clear tears fell from her beautiful face. "You must seek justice for this consort Ao." This meant that she had come to suppress Xian Lang. Only in this way could she stop the mouths of the public and show that she and Xian Lang had not conspired at all. At this point, Xian Lang had been deserted by his own people. The emperor flew into a rage. "Guards, take the fourth prince away and send him to the Ministry of Justice to be imprisoned. He will be tried again the next day." "No, imperial father, it wasn't me." Before Xian Lang could think of a countermeasure, he heard this sentence and immediately lost his head out of fear. He only cared about begging for mercy and crying out that he was innocent. However, at this time, it was too late for him to say anything. The crown prince, Xian Pei, Xia Qing, and now official Gu had all practically confirmed that he had lied. And Xian Pei's words of discord had finally caused Xian Li to shut his mouth at this time. Perhaps Xian Li himself did not intend to lend a helping hand. After all, abandoning a rook to protect the general had always been his style. Empress Dowager sighed deeply, unfilial descendant, full of nonsense. If the scene in the main hall of today's trial in front of the emperor were to spread out, it would inevitably become a joke. This was a scandal related to the imperial family. Xian Lang had done such a thing, and it was smearing the imperial family's name. The emperor's face was almost about to be trampled under his feet. Empress Shu slumped weakly in her chair. She had originally thought that everything that had happened today had been Jiang Ruan's doing. Now that it had been proven that it had been Xian Lang's doing, she hated Xian Lang, but at the same time, she was deeply worried about her own future. Princess He had already died, and for so many years, she had not been able to give birth to a son or daughter in the palace. Now that a new person was about to enter the palace, what kind of favor could she receive? Without the support of the latter half of her life, the emperor began to doubt her. Imperial consort Chen had been so doted on by the emperor that she had almost obtained half of the emperor's heart. So what if she was the most doted on in the 6 palaces? Just because she said she would be banished to the cold palace, she would be banished to the cold palace. How long could this superficial favor last? Perhaps she and Imperial Consort Chen would soon meet again in the cold palace. Empress Shu's lips suddenly overflowed with a faint smile that was unspeakably bitter. She took another deep look at Jiang Yuan. In today's matter, if she could not see that someone was secretly helping Jiang Yuan, then she would have lived all these years in vain. She was only a small daughter of the Jiang family. How could she use so many people to work for her? Looking at today's matter, not a single drop of water could be leaked, and not even the slightest clue could be found, but in the end, her goal had still been achieved. Her life was really good. The emperor's trial in front of him could be considered to have come to an abrupt end. The turbulent undercurrents were naturally seen by the hundreds of officials. After this, it was bound to set off a considerable storm in the court. Whether there would be a new team, or whether there would be people renouncing darkness for light, these were all matters for the future. After Xian Lang was taken away, the emperor's face was already so gloomy that it could drip water. After announcing the dismissal of the court, he left with eunuch Li's support. Empress Dowager thought about it, and only asked Gugu Yang to tell Jiang Yuan to return later, before following her back to the palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. The hundreds of officials gradually retreated, and Xiao Xiao strode to Jiang Yuan. He looked at her and asked with a frown, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jiang Yuan shook her head, but her gaze fell on Xian Pei, who was standing to one side and looking at her with a smile. After a pause, she walked over to Xian Pei and stood still in front of him. "What did you do?" Xian Pei smiled at her. This child was born beautiful, so this kind of innocent smile would only make people feel dazzled. Where was the calmness and steadiness from before? It made people feel that this was nothing more than an innocent child acting spoiled to his mother. Mother? Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. She only felt that time flew by, and she had returned to the deep palace of her previous life, when mother and son were joking and playing. Xian Pei smiled and acted spoiled to her, his smile bright and beautiful. "Junju once helped me out of a difficult situation. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This prince is only doing what is meager, and I hope that I can be of help to Junju." Xian Pei said seriously, but the gaze he looked at her unconsciously carried a bit of a spoiled look. Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes and looked at Xian Pei thoughtfully. Suddenly, he frowned and pulled Jiang Yuan behind him to block Xian Pei's burning gaze. He said indifferently, "Meddlesome." When Xian Pei saw Xiao Xiao's actions, he was also very dissatisfied. He looked at him with some hostility and said, "What does this have to do with you? She is my person, and her matters are all under my control." Xiao Xiao said. Zhao Guang, who wanted to ask about Jiang Yuan's situation, walked over and heard this sentence. He almost fell over. He took a few steps forward and said in a low voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? Little brat from the Xiao family, if you continue to talk nonsense and ruin our family's Ruan girl's reputation, don't blame this old man for being impolite." Xian Pei blinked, looked at Zhao Guang, and said sweetly, "Old General Zhao." Zhao Guang also looked at Xian Pei suspiciously. He could also see that Xian Pei was clearly deliberately helping Jiang Yuan out of trouble. Moreover, this 13th prince, who had almost never appeared in the rumors, was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. After all, Zhao Guang had been in the court for so many years, and he had a good eye for people. He did not dare to underestimate Xian Pei. Today, he had saved Jiang Yuan, so it was inevitable that Xian Pei would have his own plans. Zhao Guang respectfully said, "Your 13th Highness." However, in his heart, he was suspicious. Why did this Xian Pei look at his family's Ruan girl like a fledgling? If he lacked maternal love, he should look for the Empress or the Empress Dowager. What was the point of looking for Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan was still a virgin. The Crown Prince also walked over. He glanced at Jiang Yuan, then looked at Xian Pei meaningfully before saying, "Congratulations, Junju, for safely escaping a calamity. Many thanks to your Highness, the Crown Prince, for speaking up for justice." Jiang Yuan smiled in response. The Crown Prince smiled, "You are welcome. If you want to thank someone, thank 13th younger brother. 13th younger brother and I are just taking what we need. He treats you very well." After saying this, he left without looking back. These words caused everyone to be slightly shocked. Xiao Xiao looked at Xia Qing, who was still standing to the side, arranging her medical box, and said, "Xia Wu." Xia Qing was startled, as if she had just noticed Xiao Xiao's appearance. She hurriedly jogged over, stood beside Xiao Xiao, and called out, "Third older brother." These two people had both been apprenticed to a master on Jianan Mountain, and their master was teacher Ba Qi. They were also fellow disciples of the Copper sect. However, compared to Xiao Xiao's casual life-saving skills, Xia Qing had studied medicine through and through. She had read all the medical books on Jianan Mountain. As the saying goes, if you are sincere, you will see results. Thus, she could be considered to have inherited a good legacy. At this moment, the baby-faced youth looked excited. However, Xiao Xiao coldly said, "Why did you enter the palace? The Crown Prince allowed me to enter the palace. Xia Qing said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that as long as I entered the palace to examine the corpse, he would give me the Shernan medical manual. Third older brother, you don't know, but Master said that the Shernan medical manual is a record of the pain caused by the human body's bones. It can be said to be a very rare medical manual. I originally looked for it for a long time, but I couldn't find it. I didn't expect that it would be in the palace. As soon as I heard His Royal Highness the Crown Prince mention this, I rushed over without stopping. You must know. Once Xia Qing started talking about medical books, he talked non-stop, ignoring the astonished gazes that were directed at him. Xiao Xiao interrupted him, Why did the Crown Prince want you to examine the corpse? I don't know, Xia Qing said, but third older brother, he looked around, I didn't expect you to be here. Why don't we call Lao Qi and go out for a drink? If there was anyone here who had a calm expression and wasn't affected in the slightest by the atmosphere just now, he was the only one. Xiao Xiao glanced at Jiang Wan, who nodded slightly. Xiao Xiao turned back and said, Okay. Chapter 159. Xiao Xiao, Mo Tsong, and Xia Qing sat together in a private room in Dongfeng restaurant. Mo Tsong seemed to have just arrived from outside. He looked travel-worn. As soon as he came in, he sat down on a chair, picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it. After drinking the tea in one breath, he panted and said to Xiao Xiao, Third brother, everything is arranged. Xianli is also ready. This time, there is absolutely no problem. You just wait to get the beautiful woman. Xia Qing was very confused and hurriedly asked, What do you mean get the beautiful woman? Third brother has a sweetheart, which girl is it? How does it have anything to do with Xianli? You idiot. Mo Tsong knocked his head, You don't care about third brother's marriage. You don't know that third brother has finally become enlightened. Unfortunately, the falling flower is interested, but the water is heartless. The girl is cold, so third brother is trying to increase the girl's good impression. But this girl is beautiful, and eldest brother has some military power in his hands, so Xianli is also thinking about her. Third brother is angry for the sake of the beautiful girl, so he is making things difficult for Xianli. Mo Tsong was teasing, but Xiao Xiao just drank tea without saying anything. He didn't take Mo Tsong's words to heart. Instead, he was slightly lost in thought, but no one knew what he was thinking. When Xia Qing heard this, he shouted exaggeratedly, What? Who? Falling flower is interested, but the water is heartless? Third brother was rejected. Seventh brother, don't lie to me. What kind of person was Xiao Xiao? When he was young, he rode a horse through the alleys of the capital. He must have stepped on the fragrance of flowers all the way. The young girls and young wives who watched on the streets and alleys would throw their fragrant silk sachets at him. Of course, the end result was that Xiao Xiao's horse always carried a fragrance of flowers. Later, when he studied on Jianan Mountain, there were countless girls who had ulterior motives, clamoring to go to Jianan Mountain to learn martial arts. Naturally, this was impossible. At the foot of Jianan Mountain, there was a formation personally arranged by Mr. Hakone Serpent. Once you fell into the formation, there would be danger everywhere. At that time, many young ladies deliberately broke into the formation with the idea of Xiao Xiao having tender feelings for the fairer sex, but Xiao Xiao always ignored them. Xiao Xiao had to clean up Xiao Xiao's mess because of the trouble he had caused. At that time, Xia Qing and Mo Tsong were still young. What they did the most every day was to search for people all over the mountains and plains. It was fine if they fished people out, but the disappointment in the eyes of the people they fished out was enough to become a nightmare for every disciple of Jianan Mountain. It was too hurtful to their pride. In fact, there was no lack of handsome youths among their group of fellow apprentices. It was probably because Xiao Xiao was young and mature, and he had a kind of elegance and coldness that was engraved into his bones. Among the group of young boys, he stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, possessing a unique charm. When they were still young, when they were chasing after beautiful girls, only Xiao Xiao remained motionless, with an otherworldly appearance. The rest of the martial brothers also secretly discussed in private that Xiao Xiao would certainly enter the Shaolin Temple to become a monk in the future. Who knew that hearing Mo Tsong's words today, Xia Qin was shocked. He didn't know what to feel in his heart. He probably didn't think that the person who was like a god in his heart would finally walk down the altar and hit a wall. Even if this baby-faced youth was pure and kind, he couldn't help but feel a trace of schadenfreude. It really was the cycle of fate. If he didn't believe it, he would look up and see who would be spared by the heavens. "Oh, you also saw her today." Mo Tsong saw Xia Qing's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said with a mischievous smile, "It is the master who escaped today because you helped to examine the corpse. Hong and Junju, the person you saw was the person who was framed. It's her." Xia Qin was stunned. He thought of the young girl in the throne room who was dressed in prison clothes but didn't lose her charm. She was naturally beautiful and charming, but that calm and unhurried expression made Xia Qin feel a little afraid. Xia Qin thought about it and said seriously, "So third brother likes the beautiful and charming type. I understand. I will write to fourth brother later." Mo Tsong rolled his eyes. The fact that Xiao Xiao had fallen in love with a girl was really going to be made known to everyone. He wondered what kind of expression Mr. Hakone Serpent would have when he found out. He looked at Xiao Xiao and put away his playful expression. He said solemnly, "After the bestowal of marriage, you will go to the border to crusade against Tianjin." "Yes." Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes. "At that time, you will be in the capital to provide support. You must be careful. Xianli will definitely do something behind the scenes." Mo Tsong muttered, "Even if you have made arrangements, he has the advantage in the capital. How will you distribute the 300,000 embroidered uniform guards? 100,000 troops will follow me. 100,000 will remain in the capital." Xiao Xiao said, "The Shirong are not content with their lot. I fear that there will be suspicions of a pincer attack. If Xianli really makes a move, he will certainly take this opportunity to make a move." After a pause, he said, "In the capital, protect her for me." Her naturally referred to Jiang Yuan. Mo Tsong didn't know what to feel and only said, "I know. You should also be more careful. The Shirong, the southern frontier, Tianjin and the traitors in the court. If we can't catch them all in one fell swoop this time, there will be more trouble in the future. I have already written a letter to recall Qi Si. The two of you will stay in the capital. After I leave, there will probably be big movements in the court. Keeping Xianli alive is to fish, but if he really is deranged, just kill him." A trace of hostility flashed between Xiao Xiao's eyebrows. "If anything happens, I will bear the responsibility." Xia Qin was stunned. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Xia Wu, you also stay in the capital. Today, you entered the palace, so it is inevitable that you will be targeted by Xianli. It is not safe to return to Jinling. At least in the capital, there will be people to protect you. I will assign you men and horses. With you here, you can also take care of Jiang Yuan for me." "Ah." Xia Qin touched her nose. "I am a divine physician, not a doctor in your fu. How can I specialize in treating one person? Besides, why would the eighth prince target me? I examine people's corpses, I am upright and aboveboard." Seeing that Xia Qin wanted to continue speaking, Mo Tsong said, "Shut up. If you want to die, go back to Jinling now. Third brother is doing this for your own good. If you die without knowing the reason, don't say that we don't care about the friendship between fellow disciples." Xia Qin was originally a pure and kind medical fanatic. After hearing Mo Tsong's words, she immediately shut up and said, "I was just speaking thoughtlessly. I will listen to third brother." Just when Jiang Wan was almost unable to defend herself against the murder charge, there was suddenly a turning point. The appearance of the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince brought a turning point to the case, and the divine hands of Jin Ling found something fishy. Finally, the Emperor personally interrogated Jiang Wan and found many suspicious points. Jiang Wan was proven innocent, but the 4th Prince, Xian Lang, became the suspected murderer. A few days later, the Emperor brought people to personally interrogate Xian Lang again, but for some reason, Xian Lang voluntarily admitted to the crime. After the investigation by the Ministry of Justice, they indeed found evidence of the crime. With both witnesses and material evidence, how could Xian Lang deny it? Immediately, he was sent to the heavenly prison. Everyone was guessing how serious the crime Xian Lang would be sentenced to this time. After all, Princess He had been favored by the Emperor. Empress Xu would not let her daughter die in vain. Naturally, she would spare no effort to put Xian Lang to death. But before the verdict was announced, Xian Lang committed suicide in prison. He had committed suicide by ingesting poison. The prison was heavily guarded, so it was impossible for anyone to silence him. But Xian Lang's sudden death really made people suspicious. However, no matter how suspicious they were, the person was already dead. Without evidence, they could only drop the matter. In a rage, the Emperor removed Xian Lang's name from the imperial jade butterfly and demoted him to a commoner. Even in death, he could not enter the imperial tomb. The day after the news of Xian Lang's death arrived, Consort Xian hanged herself in the palace. This pair of mother and son went to their deaths, immediately stirring up quite a storm in the palace. The Emperor hated the house and its crow, so he did not have a good attitude toward Consort Xian's suicide. He found an excuse to have Consort Xian's family collect her body. In the end, he remembered that Consort Xian had accompanied him in the palace for so many years and had her be buried with Xian Lang. Consort Xian's death seemed to have brought a great blow to Consort Xu. But because Princess He had died, of the 4 consorts who had been powerful in the palace, only Consort Xu and Consort De were left. Consort De still had Xian Hua to rely on, but Consort Xu had no children. Furthermore, on the day of the interrogation, Xian Pei's words had already made the Emperor hold a grudge against Consort Xu. Consort Xu could clearly feel that recently, the Emperor had already begun to distance himself from her, intentionally or unintentionally. If this continued, it would not be far from the day she would fall out of favor. Consort Xu was a tactful person. Since she felt that there was no place in the palace for her to stay, sooner or later she would end up like Imperial Consort Chen and Consort Xian, she asked to become a nun to pray for Princess He. The Emperor did not say anything. The next day, Consort Xu moved out of the palace and went to a temple outside the palace to cultivate. She swore that she would never enter the palace again. Empress Dowager Ida was grateful and gave her the name Qinghong. This was a story to be told later. The court and the harem were always closely related. The fall of the 4th prince had disrupted the balance that had been maintained in the harem for decades. Now, out of the 4 consorts, the positions of 3 consorts were vacant. Only Consort De was left. The Empress had suddenly become very popular. Consort De was even more careful in her actions, making it almost impossible for anyone to find fault with her. But even so, the balance in the palace had to be maintained. The Emperor had already begun to choose suitable candidates from the new batch of beauties who had entered the palace. The beauties knew that this was a rare opportunity, and they all tried their best to win the Emperor's favor. They only wished that they could firmly grasp this opportunity and soar to success. Every day, they spent a long time dressing up. On this day, the beauties gathered together to talk again. They were talking about Princess Yi. Assistant Minister Wang's daughter was 16 years old this year. She was quite beautiful and played the lute well. She said as she ate some snacks, "The palace has become colder and colder these days. The eunuchs and palace maids all have cold faces. It's quite scary to look at. She had always been a bit lively. The atmosphere in the palace had been tense these days, making her very listless. A woman at the side patted her hand and handed her a cup of tea. "Sister Wang, don't say that. Be careful not to be heard by others." She lowered her voice. "I heard that the emperor has been in a bad mood these days. He's always angry. That's why everyone is so careful with their words and actions." Miss Wang looked at the woman opposite her and sighed. "I know. But we're at such a good age. It's really boring to be placed in this palace." The woman opposite her was wearing a light yellow dress that made her figure look even more like a willow. It was none other than Jiang Dan. Jiang Dan smiled. "We're much luckier than those people. At least we still have our lives. For example, the fourth prince a few days ago. So what if he's a son of the royal family? In the end, he still can't save his life. The riches and honor of the royal family are in danger." Miss Wang immediately revealed a frightened expression. She patted her chest and said, "You're still talking about it. Every time I think about it, I feel cold all over. Say, the fourth prince is the emperor's biological son. He's gone just like that. We can't compare to the fourth prince's noble status. If we make the slightest mistake, we'll die without a burial place. In short, I don't dare to fight for the riches and honor of the royal family." Jiang Dan patted her hand and comforted her a few more times. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. The assistant minister of the Wang family was considered a mid-level figure in the court. Although he looked inconspicuous, his wife's family was the left commandant's office. Miss Wang naturally had a rich family. What's more, she was beautiful and played the lute well. If she was really visited, it would be hard not to be favored. In this palace, she could be considered a strong opponent. Unfortunately, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Dan's eyes. Although she had unique conditions, she was an idiot. She believed whatever she said. With a little provocation, she would believe her words without a doubt. Now, the more dangerous the palace was, the more nervous Miss Wang would be in front of the emperor in the future. The emperor would never like a woman who was afraid of him. This kind of woman was the most unappetizing to men. If Miss Wang made the emperor unhappy, how could she be favored in the palace? Jiang Dan's heart was full of twists and turns, but the smile on her face was even more gentle. Miss Wang took her hand and said, "Good sister, you're still the most considerate. In this palace, only you are the most sincere to me." As they spoke, another of the beauties, Miss Li, came in. She walked to the table and sat down. She said somewhat indignantly, "Hey, have you heard? The Empress Dowager has arranged a marriage for Jinying Wang." Jinying Wang. Miss Li's words immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding beauties. One by one, they looked at her and asked, "Is it that rebel, Jinying Wang Xiao Xiao?" Although they said, "rebel," the faces of these beauties showed a touch of love. It seemed that just the mention of this name was enough to make them fall head over heels. This was natural. This peerlessly beautiful, elegant and cold young man was the dream of countless girls in the Great Jin. Even if they entered the palace and became the emperor's woman, they would always maintain a fantasy of the magnificence of their youth. "Exactly." Miss Li said, "Then do you know who the Empress Dowager has arranged for him?" Everyone shook their heads. Miss Wang said, "Jinying Wang's charm is outstanding. The person the Empress Dowager has arranged for him must be an immortal. Let me guess, is it Miss Yao from the governor's fu in Binhai?" The young lady of the Yao family had a good background, good looks, good character, and good talent. She was one in a million. If there was anyone in the great Jin dynasty who was worthy of Xiao Xiao, it would probably be this fairy-like person. Miss Li shook her head, her tone of voice filled with jealousy. "No, the person the Empress Dowager has arranged for Jinying Wang is the daughter of the Jiang family, the current Hong and Junju, Jiang Wan." As soon as these words came out, everyone froze in place. Even Dong Yinger, who was sitting far away embroidering, could not help but tremble. Immediately, a bead of red blood the size of a grain of rice emerged from her index finger. She slowly put her index finger to her mouth and sucked away the blood. However, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the person who had spoken. Jiang Dan frowned, but her tone carried some probing. Why was my eldest sister suddenly appointed to Jining Wang? Who knows? Miss Li glanced at Jiang Dan unhappily, perhaps venting her anger towards Jiang Ruan on Jiang Dan. She said, although she is a Junju, in the end, it is only the Empress Dowager's request. She is not a real golden branch or jade leaf. Moreover, she only looks slightly better. However, she is too foxy and is not a dignified and virtuous person. I don't know what the Empress Dowager was thinking, not wanting a good Miss Yao, but choosing the eldest miss of the Jiang family. Jiang Dan's eyes turned as she heard the displeasure in Miss Li's words. In fact, it was not only Miss Li who was unhappy. Everyone present was more or less dissatisfied with Jiang Ruan. People always felt that others should not be able to obtain those that they could not obtain. Even if they could obtain someone, it should only be with conditions that were much better than their own. However, among the people present, there were people whose family backgrounds were not lower than Jiang Ruan's, and there were also people who were not inferior to Jiang Ruan in the four arts, but still, they could not become Jining Wangfei. How could jealousy and sourness not be felt? It must be known that entering Jining Wangfu meant that one was a proper master of Jining Wangfu. These years, although Jining Wangfu was known as a rebel, in reality, he had received the protection of the royal family. The glory, status, and power he had enjoyed were immeasurable. The wealth and fame that Jining Wangfu represented was simply plated with a layer of gold. Who would not be envious? Moreover, Xiao Xiao was not bad-looking. A husband who was born with good looks, and a husband's family that was as wealthy as a country. Without in-laws, she had her own, illustrious, enormous, and exquisite. This was simply the dream of all women. What virtue or ability did Jiang Ruan have to become the female mistress of Jining Wangfu? Of course, eldest sister would like such a handsome person like Jining Wangfu, but why did the Empress Dowager suddenly bestow marriage? Jiang Dan timidly asked, I have never heard eldest sister mention it before. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze was suddenly filled with deep thought. It was unknown what method Jiang Ruan had used to gain the favor of Empress Dowager Ida, but Empress Dowager Ida had personally asked the emperor to bestow her the title of Hong and Junju. If Jiang Ruan had taken the initiative to ask Empress Dowager Ida to bestow marriage to Xiao Xiao, it was not impossible. The more everyone thought about it, the more they felt that it was highly possible. They all thought that Jiang Ruan must have taken a fancy to Xiao Xiao's talent and the wealth of Jining Wangfu, so she had taken the initiative to mention it to Empress Dowager Ida. Only then did Empress Dowager Ida appoint the marriage. It was just a pity that such a peerless talent like Xiao Xiao had to be matched with such a woman who only had good looks. She really has no sense of shame. Young Miss Li angrily said, there are actually such shameless people in this world. It's really a pity, young Miss Wang said, I just don't know what Xiao Wangye will think when he finds out about this marriage. What can he think? The good cabbages have all been taken by pigs. It's a tragedy in the world, another woman said regretfully. Jiang Dan lowered her head, but her fists, which were hidden in her sleeves, were secretly clenched. A trace of darkness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 160. On this day, the entrance of the Jiang Fu was really bustling with noise and excitement. The crowd of onlookers formed 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, practically blocking the main road in front of the minister's Fu. This was because the imperial edict had arrived to bestow marriage to Hong and Junju. Hong and Junju's reputation in the capital could be said to be known by everyone. She was born beautiful and had won the favor of the Empress Dowager. Perhaps the heavens were jealous of her beauty, but she had been repeatedly framed and thrown into prison. There were those who had tender feelings for the fairer sex, and there were also those who secretly hit her when she was down. For a moment, she was in the limelight. At this moment, in the main hall of the Jiang Fu, people were kneeling on the ground, with Jiang Quan and Jiang Wan kneeling at the front. The palace eunuch dragged out his voice and said in a shrill voice, in accordance with the will of the emperor, today the Empress Dowager has decreed that Prince Jining will be chosen, bestowed with a palanquin and bestowed with a pair of flower plume eyes. The daughter of the Minister of War, Jiang Shi, is dignified and virtuous, filial and benevolent. She will be appointed as Princess Jining, a match made in gold and jade, by the emperor. After he finished speaking, the eunuch glanced at the person kneeling on the ground and said, Hong and Junju, receive the edict. Jiang Wuan paused slightly, then smiled and stepped forward to receive the imperial edict. Baiji hurriedly stepped forward and handed over a heavy brocade pouch. She smiled and said, Eunuch has worked hard. Junju is too polite. The eunuch weighed the brocade pouch in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. His tone was also very cordial. This is a match made in gold and jade, we will also share in Junju's happiness. He looked at Jiang Quan, whose face was somewhat stiff, and raised his eyebrows. It had long been rumored that Minister Jiang was very harsh towards this daughter of his, and now it seemed that it was true. Empress Dowager Ida had the heart to protect Jiang Yuan, and Jiang Yuan would be the female mistress of Jining Wang Fu in the future. In the great Jin dynasty, she could be said to be a person who could summon the wind and summon the rain. The eunuch wanted to curry favor, so he took the opportunity to knock Jiang Quan down a peg. He said in a shrill voice, What, this is a good thing, why does Jiang Darren not seem very happy? Jiang Quan was startled and forced a smile. I am so happy that I don't know what to say. My daughter's aptitude is mediocre, and she really has a high social status in Jining Wangfu. Receiving the Empress Dowager's protection is her good fortune. The eunuch put on a fake smile and said, Jiang Darren is right. Aren't we under the protection of the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager said that in the future, as long as Xiao Wangye doesn't treat the princess well, the Empress Dowager will stand up for her. The Empress Dowager dotes on Junju like her own granddaughter. If anyone dares to bully Junju, she will definitely teach them a lesson. These words once again caused Jiang Quan's face to turn green and purple. It was clear that these words were meant for him to hear, but the threat in these words really made one's heart feel stifled. However, although the eunuchs in the palace looked inconspicuous, they were the Emperor and Empress Dowager's people. They couldn't be offended easily and had to give them face. Thus, he could only swallow the anger in his heart and smile for a while. With great difficulty, he sent the eunuch away. Only then did Jiang Quan look towards Jiang Wan and sneered, You are truly capable. Father overpraises me, this is all the Empress Dowager's blessing. Jiang Wan lowered her head and smiled. Seeing that expression, Jiang Quan felt a burst of gloominess in his heart. He could not wait to kick Jiang Wan out the door. At once, he snorted again, turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. After Jiang Quan left, Lian Xiao frowned and said, Miss, this Empress's edict. This imperial edict came without any preparation, but at the moment, she could not disobey it. Lian Xiao sighed in her heart. As a member of an official's household, one's marriage was not something one could control. Even if Jining Wang's character was not bad, and her own miss did not seem to reject him, such a direct marriage bestowal somewhat disregarded Jiang Ruan's intentions. For example, at this moment, there was not a trace of joy on Jiang Ruan's face. Baiji also felt a little sad and looked at Jiang Ruan with some worry. Jiang Ruan shook her head, tidy up a bit, we will make a trip to Jining Wang's Fu later. Xiao Xiao's actions were so fast that she had not expected it. But even so, there were still some matters that needed to be clarified. In the 8th Prince's Fu, Xianli fiercely swept all the things on the table onto the floor. With a pitter-patter sound, the exquisite porcelain was smashed to pieces on the floor. White sharp fragments splashed everywhere, and the people standing at the side all had small cuts on their palms. Xian Li suddenly sat down on a chair. He seemed to be somewhat powerless and took a deep breath before he slowly said, "So that's how it is. So it turns out that he has designs on the Empress Dowager." Previously, there were rumors in the palace that Xiao Xiao had bestowed a marriage upon the emperor. Presumably, it was Xiao Xiao's decree. From the various events that followed, it could be seen that the emperor did not approve of Jiang Ruan becoming Jining Wang Fei. Now that the Empress Dowager had suddenly sent a decree, Xian Li suddenly understood. Xiao Xiao had never thought of using the emperor to bestow a marriage. The person he had been looking for had always been Empress Dowager Ida. The rumors that had been spread before were merely to confuse the public's vision. It had also caused Xian Li to panic and even agree to Xian Lang's clumsy plan to force a marriage. In the end, Xian Lang had died. He had lost a useful chess piece in the palace, and he had almost been implicated. Xiao Xiao, this prince has really underestimated him. Xian Li narrowed his eyes. Although there was still the usual gentle smile hanging on his lips, his eyes revealed a sinister look. He gnashed his teeth in anger, as if he wanted to kill Xiao Xiao. For someone as proud and arrogant as him, what he hated the most was to be toyed with by others. But now, he had been led by the nose by Xiao Xiao. How could he be reconciled? The young man sitting below him also had an ugly expression on his face. One of the fingers on his left hand was abruptly missing. It was none other than the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Chao. Xian Li was furious, but in his heart, he did not feel any better. The Jiang siblings were both thorns in his eyes. Now that the Empress Dowager had issued a decree, Jiang Ruan would be able to rely on the big tree of Jining Wang Fu. In the future, it would be even more difficult to deal with her. "Have you cleaned up the things that I had you do last time?" Xian Li changed the topic and asked Jiang Chao. Replying to Your Highness, Jiang Chao hurriedly replied, "Everything has been arranged. Now that the matters in the palace have been put down, there will not be any more hiccups. Xian Lang has no brains. Even if he dies, he only has himself to blame." Xian Li indifferently looked at the broken pieces of porcelain in front of him. "We have to change people in the palace." Although Xian Lang seemed incompetent in the palace, he was a good way to pass on information. Now that Xian Lang was dead, it would not be good to place more people in the palace, so they could only act from the people currently in the palace. "Does Your Highness want to act from among the princes?" "Now that I look at it, this subordinate feels that the 13th prince looks smart, perhaps we can use him," Jiang Chao said. Everyone had seen Xian Pei's actions that day. They all said that although the 13th prince did not reveal his mountain and did not reveal his water, he was actually an intelligent person. The crafty servants who had originally served the 13th prince were now very respectful to him. The emperor also began to value him and would occasionally send people to deliver some things to him. However, no matter how smart the 13th prince was, the lowly status of his birth mother doomed him to never have the qualifications to compete with Xian Li for that position. This kind of person was not a threat and was smart. He was the most suitable to be used as a chess piece. Smart. Being too smart is not a good thing. Xian Li slowly shook his head. "I am just afraid that he is Xiao Xiao's man." "You mean?" Jiang Chao stared blankly. How could a brat who is still wet behind the ears have the ability to turn the tables? "I am afraid that it was Xiao Xiao who taught him the methods. The crown prince is probably the same. I still do not understand why Xiao Xiao did not personally take action. However, I do not want to use Xian Pei," Xian Li said. There was another reason that he did not mention. For some reason, seeing Xian Pei always made him feel uncomfortable. It was as if some strange emotion had arisen in his heart and he was extremely unwilling to see Xian Pei. "If we cannot find the 13th prince, according to Your Highness's opinion, who should we find?" Jiang Chao asked tentatively. Didn't the new batch of beauties enter the palace? Xianli looked at his fingertips. There will always be people who want to climb up. You should find an opportunity and choose well. Jiang Chao was shocked and immediately lowered his head, respectfully replying, yes. After hearing the news of Jiang Ruan's marriage, it was obvious that there was more than one person in a bad mood. At this moment, in the Eastern Palace, Lu Min, who was standing in the garden pavilion, looked gloomily at the koi fish swimming in the pond. His thoughts had already flown to the highest heavens. The Empress Dowager's decree and the Emperor's vast grace had doomed him to no longer have any possibility. Thinking that Jiang Wan would henceforth be crowned as part of the Shao family, Lu Min's heart welled up with a sour feeling. He was a complete bookworm, self-righteous and virtuous. For the first 20 years, he had never known the taste of love. By the time he understood his own feelings, it was already too late. However, Jiang Ruan's relationship with Xiao Xiao was not shallow. The two of them were so close. Receiving the Empress Dowager's decree, she must also be happy. As he was lost in thought, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Lu Min turned around and saw the Crown Prince's mischievous smiling face. Grand Tutor Lu, what are you thinking about? Lu Min shook his head, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince indifferently sat down at the side and glanced at him. You are grieving for Hong and Junju. Lu Min was startled. A woman's reputation should not be casually violated. Just as he was about to deny it, he heard the Crown Prince say, You don't need to deny it, Grand Tutor Lu. In terms of history, I am inferior to you, but in matters of love, you are inferior to me. He rested his chin on one hand and looked at Lu Min curiously. In fact, I feel that it is very strange. This Hong and Junju, to put it bluntly, is only slightly better looking. Why do you all seem to be bewitched? Forget about Xiao Xiao, that cold man, but Grand Tutor, who does not understand romance, is also grieving for him. This is truly an eye-opener. Lu Min moved his lips, but did not know how to refute the Crown Prince's words. The Crown Prince's words were not wrong. Now that he was depressed, he was even less in the mood to argue with the Crown Prince. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself and only said to the Crown Prince, No matter what, a few days ago, Your Highness the Crown Prince stood up for Hong and Junju. This official thanks Your Highness the Crown Prince for lending a helping hand. Forget it, I did not do it just for you. The Crown Prince waved his hand. Although Lu Min had previously begged him to think of a way to help Jiang Wan, the Crown Prince had never been one to meddle in other people's business. He was even happy to watch the excitement. If it were not for Xian Pei's appearance, he would not have gotten involved in this mess. Xian Pei had asked him that day if he wanted to take revenge on the fourth prince, Xian Lang, who had betrayed him. The Crown Prince was already very angry at Xian Lang's overt obedience but covert opposition. He had been worried that he would not be able to find an excellent opportunity to teach him a lesson. Once he heard Xian Lang's words, he was somewhat tempted. Xian Lang then used a roundabout way to talk about the benefits that the Crown Prince could obtain. This successfully aroused the Crown Prince's playful heart. Immediately, he and Xian Pei hit it off and put on such a good show. Until now, the Crown Prince still found it strange that Xian Pei, a prince who did not make any noise in the palace, could come up with so many ideas. That nuisance of Jin Ling's divine physician, Xia Qing, was not someone that just anyone could invite. However, Xian Pei had said that as long as there was any medical expertise in the palace, Xia Qing would agree to enter the palace. As expected, back then, the Crown Prince could not understand how Xian Pei could predict things so accurately. Now that he thought about it, it was probably all thanks to Xiao Xiao. In the end, Xian Pei was only a child. At this age, it was still too early for him to be scheming and shrewd. For him to be so thorough, it must have been Xiao Xiao's orders. Although Lu Min was grateful to him, in reality, the Crown Prince did not help because of Lu Min. Now, seeing Lu Min's restless appearance, the crown prince felt some sympathy. Although Lu Min was usually very harsh and annoying, he was still a straightforward grand tutor. Seeing him so depressed because of a woman, the crown prince, in any case, had a teacher-student relationship. Seeing him so depressed because of a woman, the crown prince patted Lu Min's shoulder. Grand tutor, there is no need to be too sad. There are millions of women in the world. Why should you take one? Before long, she will be someone else's wife. Grand tutor is familiar with etiquette. Why don't we find a few lovely women for you? Although they will not be as beautiful as Hong and Junju, they will not disappoint. Lu Min's body stiffened. He hurriedly stood and said, "This subject appreciates your highness's good intentions, but this subject does not have such intentions. This subject still has some matters to attend to. This subject will take his leave." Finished speaking, he saluted and left as if fleeing. The crown prince spat out the tea residue in his mouth and said, "Boring." As for Jinying Wang Fu, it was different from the gloomy atmosphere in other places. It was almost as if they were happily preparing for the new year. Ever since the old Jinying Wang and his wife passed away, Jinying Wang Fu had been cold and cheerless all year round. It was rare for the entire Fu to be filled with joy. Today, when Empress Dowager Yida's imperial edict came down, everyone in the Fu rushed to spread the news. Even the brocade guards scattered throughout the great Jin dynasty received the messenger pigeons and began to gather money to buy wedding gifts for their masters and young madam. Steward Lin happily wiped his western glasses with a cloth and put them on his face. He pulled Jin Si aside and said, "Do you think this time's wedding invitation should be gilded or embroidered with natural silk?" After thinking for a while, he shook his head. "Why don't we make it into sandalwood skewers? We can stick beads on them. Last time, we brought back a batch of colored glass beads from Persia. If we stick them on, they will shine brightly and appear especially rich and festive. This is better." Jin Si rolled his eyes. "Old Lin, do you need to make a wedding invitation so exquisite? If old madam is still here and sees you squandering like this, she will definitely regret letting you become a steward. What do you know, little girl?" Steward Lin hated it when people questioned his ability. He immediately puffed out his chest and said proudly, "This wedding invitation, if it's not done well, it will be a disgrace to the Fu. What is our master doing? He is marrying a wife, marrying a wife. In the beginning, many people said that our master would never be able to marry a wife in this lifetime. We are going to slap those people's faces. We want to make this marriage grand and dignified. Besides, do you think that this bit of money for the wedding invitation is squandering? Shao Si, old Lin, let me tell you, the betrothal gift that young master has decided to give is squandering." Jin Si's eyes brightened when he heard that. Before she could speak, a series of whooshing noises could be heard from the top of the tree. Jin San flew down with a leap. He looked at caretaker Lin and inquired excitedly, "How much is the betrothal gift? Take a guess." Steward Lin did not say for a long time, leaving the two in suspense. 49/7. Jin Si guessed. Jin Si's temperament was similar to that of a man. He was not very clear about these dowries and betrothal gifts, so he casually gave a number. "Pa, 49 to dismiss a beggar." Jin San shook his head and said, "For women, the more betrothal gifts, the more impressive it is. I guess it's 9 by 981. Although Jin San was more like a woman than Jin Si, he was still a genie guard. These matters that normal women would know and care about were still lacking. Steward Lin looked at the two resentfully. "I didn't think that in your eyes, my genieing Wang Fu is so shabby. What 9 by 981? It's a total of 168. 168. Jin San and Jin Si exclaimed in unison. Jin San frowned. "How much is that?" "I'll tell you frankly. 168 betrothal gifts are enough to buy the entire property of 3 Shangshu's manors and still have more than enough. Steward Lin said, but it's only betrothal gifts. According to young master's temperament, in the future when young madam marries, the entire Jining Wang Fu will belong to her. Sigh, master has grown up and can't be kept at home. He only cares about his wife and doesn't care about us servants. Towards the end, Steward Lin's tone became sad. The betrothal gifts of the 3 Shangshu's manors could not be said to be not rich. Jin San and Jin Si looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Jin San swallowed his saliva and said, so many betrothal gifts, master didn't think of giving them all to the Shangshu's manors. Steward Lin shook his head, stupid. How can so many betrothal gifts be sent to the Shangshu's manors? Of course, they will all be handed to young madam for safekeeping. Don't worry about this, young master has already made preparations. Young master is too manly. Jin San blinked, if I were a woman, I would also be willing to marry him. Aren't you a woman? Steward Lin said disdainfully, but young master doesn't like you. You're not as pretty as young madam. At this time, Steward Lin was still wrangling with Jin San and Jin Si, but he did not know that Jiang Wan had already openly stepped into Jining Wang Fu from the main entrance. The servants of Jining Wang Fu did not even inform Steward Lin. Each and every one of them welcomed their future young master with extraordinary enthusiasm, leading the way and introducing her to others. Along the way, all the servants they met treated her with respect. Each and every one of them saluted and called her, young madam, louder than anything else, causing Lu Zhu to cover her mouth and snicker. After the messenger brought Jiang Wan to Xiao Xiao's study, the servants consciously retreated. Lu Zhu and Tianzhu also considerately closed the door, leaving some alone time for the 2 people who had received the Empress's decree to bestow marriage. Xiao Xiao, what do you want to do? Jiang Wan asked. Xiao Xiao's actions were so fast that it caught people unprepared. Now, she had been caught off guard and had been tied onto the boat that was Jining Wang Fu. Xiao Xiao turned around. Today, he was not wearing the black clothes that he usually wore. Instead, he was wearing a dark red robe with a white python embroidered on the collar. He appeared to be a bit gentler than he had been in the past. He was even more elegant and peerless. His pair of starry eyes shone brightly, as if one would drown in them if they looked at them a few more times. He looked deeply at Jiang Wan and said, "You're not happy. Now, the entire capital is saying that this good cabbage has been taken by me. Do you think that I can be happy?" This was the first time that Jiang Wan had such obvious emotions towards him. Xiao Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, and, "I'll let you take me." Such a gentle attitude made one simply not know what to say. Jiang Wan glared at him for a while. "Are you very proud of yourself now?" "I'm very happy." Xiao Xiao approached her and whispered. He was born tall, so when he came so close, Jiang Wan could only reach his chest. From a distance, it looked as if he was going to embrace her in his arms. His tone carried a pampering and gentleness that even he himself had not noticed. His voice had an indescribable magnetism, Wang Fei. Jiang Wan took a step back and kept a distance from him. What exactly was this person trying to do by using the seduction tactic of a handsome man, regardless of the time and place? It had to be said that this tactic was indeed very effective. Xiao Xiao smiled faintly, and his tone carried an inexplicable bewitchment. Immediately, he became as romantic as jade, different from his previous cold and elegant demeanor. "Why are you in such a hurry to bestow the marriage?" Jiang Wan frowned. "You're leaving." Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes and looked at her. "Yes, I will leave in 10 days. Before that, I must settle down with you to avoid unnecessary complications." What did he mean by settle down? These words were somewhat inexplicable, but at the moment, Jiang Wan could not care about this, so she said, "In 10 days? Time is pressing, and there are many people in the court who are eyeing you covetously." The Empress Dowager has ordered that after I leave, you will move into the Jining Wangfu. After returning to the court, you will get married. Xiao Xiao said in a low voice, the Jining Wangfu can guarantee your safety. Getting married is just an expedient measure. Don't worry, I will help you. After getting married, I will not force you. At this point, Xiao Xiao's handsome face was slightly red, but his expression was as calm as ever. Jiang Yuan was already much calmer than him. She looked at him and said, okay. With Xiao Xiao's arrogant temperament, she was not some outstanding beauty, so Xiao Xiao would not go so far as to use force. On this point, Jiang Yuan was completely at ease. After thinking this through, she felt that her relationship with Xiao Xiao was not as awkward as before. If she could treat him as a friend or superior who could help her, that would not be too bad. She hung her head in contemplation and did not speak. Xiao Xiao looked at her thoughtfully, pursed his lips, and suddenly said, but once you enter the Jining Wangfu, you are my, Xiao Xiao's woman. If there are any troublemakers, you do not need to pay attention to them, just beat them out. After a pause, he said, Lu Min, Xian Pei, and Gu Yi, you also do not need to pay attention to them. Jiang Yuan stared blankly and was momentarily speechless. She seemed to feel that her face was slightly hot. In her heart, she thought that although Xiao Xiao seemed cold and detached, he always had a way to make their relationship incomparably awkward. Chapter 161. What is Yin Yang saying? Jiang Su Su smiled slightly. She was used to acting like a fairy, but now she had added a bit of charm. Every time she raised her hand or bowed her head, people could not help but look at her. She said, I only heard that when Yin Yang first entered the Fu, father loved you very much. Yin Yang was also born with an outstanding beauty, causing many people in the capital to come to the Fu's gate to admire you. Now that I think about it, many years have passed since that grand occasion. Yin Yang is still so young, even pregnant with a little brother, and even more charming than before. It is really admirable, no wonder father dotes on you so much. It is best that Yin Yang is willing to help me. Jiang Su Su smiled. I am infatuated with Xiao Wangye, but the position of the main wife is now occupied by Jijie. Su Su has never vainly thought of competing with Jijie, as long as I can have a place by Xiao Wangye's side. Even being a concubine doesn't matter. Hong Ying secretly cursed Jiang Su Su for being so cunning. She had gone around in a circle, but in the end, she still needed her help. However, Hong Ying also wanted to hear what Jiang Su Su was planning. If the gains did not make up for the losses, she naturally would not wade into these muddy waters. If there was some kind of trick, it was not impossible to do a favor at little cost. Thinking of this, Hong Ying relaxed her expression and said softly, Second Miss, you are flattering me. I wonder how Second Miss wants me to help you. My good miss, it is not that I do not want to help you. Hong Ying sighed. It is just that Second Miss's request is too difficult. Master loves Second Miss dearly, how can he be willing to let you be a concubine and have to look at others' faces? Second Miss, if you do this, where will the face of the entire minister's Fu be placed? Although these words have crossed the line, I still have to say this. Second Miss, as long as you have the Jiang family in your heart, you cannot have such thoughts. Hearing these words, Hong Ying was extremely pleased, and one of her hands involuntarily stroked her lower abdomen. In fact, there was no child there, but now, as long as she said there was a child there, there was a child. In this Jiang Fu, she was the sole ruler. Jiang Quan was already firmly in her hands, and he firmly believed in her words. Even on the day of childbirth, the preparations were done and the child was born smoothly. In the future, he would also be the young master of this mansion. However, the thoughts of the royal family were not so easy to guess. The emperor's intentions were hard to fathom. On the contrary, the young ladies and young wives of the great Jin dynasty were the most simple-minded. Not a single one of them did not feel that it was a pity that such a charming and handsome man like Xiao Xiao had only married the daughter of the Minister of State. After she finished speaking, Jiang Su's tears trickled down her face. Yin Yang, if there was even the slightest way, Su wouldn't have ended up like this. No one is born willing to be someone's concubine. Moreover, Su grew up in the mansion in luxury, so she naturally knew that this was something shameful to say. But Su really only wants Prince. If she can't marry him, then she can't marry anyone else in the future. Su also tried to forget him from her heart, but in the end, she found that it was impossible. Now that I have come to find Yin Yang, it is precisely because Su has no other way out that I have come up with this plan. I only hope that Yin Yang can see Su's pitiful state and save Su's life. The more Hongying listened, the more she felt that it was ridiculous. After some deliberation, she opened her mouth to ask, since Second Miss also knows that the fate between the two of you has come to an end, it is better to set your mind at ease. Choosing another husband may not necessarily be a bad marriage. Become a concubine? Hongying cried out involuntarily. The dignified daughter of the Minister of State had become someone else's concubine. If word got out, people would laugh their teeth off. This Jiang Su's love for Xiao Xiao was so deep that she could even tolerate the matter of lowering her status to become a concubine. But even if she could tolerate it, Jiang Quan would certainly not allow it. Thinking of this, Hongying laughed. Now that I see Second Miss becoming more and more moving and beautiful, this concubine is also dumbfounded. I have let Second Miss see a joke. Xia Yan had not yet died, so she could not rashly abolish her own wife. However, by promoting Hongying to a second wife, in this mansion, it was almost equivalent to her covering the sky with one hand. This was exactly what Hongying wanted. Xia Yan was merely carrying an empty title, so there was nothing to fear. Jiang Quan would never again trust a woman who had lost her chastity. Hongying smiled with satisfaction, then patted Jiang Su's hand. Second Miss is really considerate. However, as Second Miss said just now, I do not know how you want this concubine to help. Second Miss has flattered this concubine. This concubine is only a concubine, how can I be worthy of the word graceful? On the contrary, Second Miss, Hongying said meaningfully. Seeing that you have grown so beautiful, this concubine believes that in the entire capital, there is not a second person as outstanding as you. In the future, it can be assumed that you will be able to marry into a good family. At that time, you will be able to live in luxury and be pampered in the palm of your hand. That would be boundless glory and endless grace. Jiang Quan had been born with a good appearance, and the children of the Jiang Fu had all inherited the good looks of the Jiang family. Of the three daughters of the Jiang family, Jiang Wan was bright and beautiful, Jiang Su was elegant to the bone, and although Jiang Dan's appearance was slightly inferior, she was fresh and clever. However, from Hongying's experience, she had always seen that although men said that they liked a woman like Jiang Su, who did not eat the food of the common people, in their hearts, they always liked brightly colored women. Therefore, Jiang Ruan's appearance was the most flattering, but it was also easy to be gaudy. The more Hongying looked at it, the more she felt that if Jiang Su and Jiang Wan entered Jining Wang Fu, in the end, it would be Jiang Wan who would be neglected, and Jiang Su who would be favored. Now that Jiang Su's biological mother's power was gone, if she wanted to live well in the Fu, she would have to rely on her. Now, it seemed that this Jiang Su was also tactful, and was much easier to manipulate than Jiang Wan. She had an idea in her heart, but in the end, this help was not in vain. Hongying said awkwardly, this Second Miss is infatuated, and this concubine has also come from a female family, so I understand Second Miss's thoughts. It's just that this matter looks simple, but it is not easy to sit down. If I mess it up, Master will punish me. Second Miss is the young miss of the Fu's wife, so naturally, there is nothing wrong with it. However, this concubine is only a yin-yang, and if I make master unhappy, he may sweep this concubine out of the door. Other things are fine, but this concubine is currently pregnant with a child. I do not want this child to be punished once it is born, and become a child without a status. These words were a little too much. How could the gates of Jinying Wangfu be entered so easily? Earlier, there had been a senior official in the court who had revealed that the emperor had the intention of marrying the daughter of the governor of Binhai, Yao family, to Xiao Xiao. What kind of person was that Miss Yao? She was probably able to match the strength of a country's princess. The emperor valued Xiao Xiao so much, so how could she, a mere daughter of a minister, enter the emperor's eyes? This time, if Jiang Yuan had not been appointed by Empress Dowager Ida, it was assumed that she would not have had a chance. The implication in these words was almost naked, and Jiang Su was not a fool. She immediately said, "Yinyang does not need to worry, I still hope that Yinyang can help me with this matter. After this matter is completed, in order to repay Yinyang's kindness, Su will personally intercede with father and grandparents, open the ancestral shrine, and ask father to promote Yinyang to a wife of equal rank." Yinyang. Jiang Su saw Hong Ying's infatuation, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Then, a light smile blossomed on her face, like a dewy white lotus flower in the early morning of the mountains. The flower buds trembled and trembled, making people's hearts itch. Now, both men and women were attracted to her. She looked at Hong Ying, her eyes sparkling. Moreover, didn't Yinyang also say that? Although Su is not as beautiful as Jijia, she is not without merit, and may not necessarily be unable to gain Xiao Wanye's favor in the future. If Wanye is happy, he can promote Su. Su and Jijia are both people of the Fu, sisters working together for the same husband. It will be a wonderful story. She reached out to hold Hong Ying's hand, and her tone was full of pleading. I beg Yinyang to help Su. If Su is lucky enough to gain Wanye's favor in the future, he will certainly remember Yinyang's kindness today. A sincere smile floated on her face, and when she looked at Jiang Su again, she was somewhat satisfied. This second miss now seemed to be tactful. Previously, she had also experienced Xia Yan's methods. Now that Xia Yan had fallen, Jiang Su was not rushing to curry favor with her. Hong Ying felt a sense of glory. Jiang Su looked at Hong Ying with grief. That look was like a ray of light, and it made people feel as if they were watching a snake beauty slowly twisting, and they were unable to look away. Yinyang also doesn't believe me. Jiang Su sighed faintly. When she frowned, her eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, making people feel as if they were looking at flowers in the fog. When they wanted to see clearly, they would sink into the deep pool within. Those light-colored lips were plump and small, and it was clearly the action of speaking, but it could also make people's mouths and tongues go dry. Hong Ying's eyes flashed. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with her, and she should not have gotten involved, but Jiang Su's words just now had somewhat tempted her. In the past, she really only wanted to pass her days peacefully in the Fu. When Xia Yan was around, she was cautious, for fear of being caught. Although she had been doted on by Jiang Quan for so many years, she had still lived cautiously. Now that Xia Yan was no longer in the Fu, and second Yinyang had died, the Yinyang was not to be feared. In this Fu, she was the sole ruler. Once a person had tasted the taste of power, it was not so easy to let go. Although Jiang Yuan had helped her, Jiang Quan and Jiang Yuan were sworn enemies. If she wanted to firmly hold her position in the Fu, she could not have any further involvement with Jiang Yuan. Recently, Jiang Su had become more and more elegant, and within this elegance, there was a trace of faintly discernible charm. Unlike Jiang Yuan's charming and gorgeous facial features, Jiang Su's charm was in her every movement, as if she was a young married woman who had already been moisturized. There was a kind of irresistible allure. Even fifth Yinyang Hong Ying, who had come from a brothel, could not help but be slightly absent-minded when she saw Jiang Su-su's manner of speaking. Jiang Su-su lowered her head and stood up. In a soft voice, she said, "This. I would like to ask Yin-yang to take a look. Later, Su-su will look for Yin-yang to discuss in detail." As she finished speaking, she ordered the servant beside her to hand over a letter. Hongying took the letter, glanced at Jiang Su-su, and smiled. "Of course. Your servant's body is not feeling well, so I won't send you off." After walking out of Hongying's courtyard, Jiang Su-su stopped at the entrance of the garden. Looking at the courtyard gate, she slowly revealed a cold smile. She was merely a lowly prostitute, yet she still wanted to fly up the branches and become a phoenix. Even if she wanted to be the Jiang Fu's second wife, she still needed to see if she had the qualifications. As for Jiang Wan, a trace of resentment flashed in Jiang Su-su's eyes. She was merely a rough girl who had been raised in a rural village. What right did she have to marry into the luxurious Jining Wang Fu? As long as that Xiao Xiao was not a fool, he would not let her choose Jiang Wan. Jiang Su-su gently caressed her cheeks. Now that she had perfected her art of seduction, all the men in this world would prostrate themselves before her pomegranate skirt. She wanted to compete with Jiang Wan. Anything that Jiang Wan valued, anything that Jiang Wan possessed, she would snatch it, even if it was her husband. Hongying only returned to her senses after being called, and she could not help but feel a trace of alarm in her heart. She thought of the Fu's second miss staying in the courtyard every day, and did not know what she was doing. Now that Jiang Chao's official position had gradually risen, and he had regained Jiang Quan's trust, she could no longer make things difficult for Jiang Su-su. Moreover, Jiang Quan had also told her that Hongying and Jiang Su-su's relationship was still peaceful. However, today, Jiang Su-su had unexpectedly come to her courtyard to sit for a while. It was only then that Hongying discovered that the scars on Jiang Su-su's face had completely disappeared, and she looked even more amorous than before. There was no reason for a man to not dote on such a woman. Even if that Xiao Xiao was made of stone, when faced with such a beauty, his heart would still be moved. In the end, men were merely animals that followed their instincts. This second Mrs. methods were so powerful that it would not be a difficult task for her to capture that legendary cold-hearted and aloof young prince in the palm of her hand. On the other hand, although Jiang Ruan's appearance was bright and beautiful, if one thought about it carefully, her temperament was too cold and austere. Men all liked warm and fragrant jade, and women should show weakness. Jiang Ruan was so strong, how could she compare to a drop of Jiang Su-su's tear? Yin-yang should take good care of the fetus. Su-su will take her leave first. Jiang Su-su finished speaking, nodded to Hongying, and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Hongying sized up the woman in front of her. Jiang Su-su's white clothes were refined, yet they emitted a kind of charm, like the charm of a fox spirit. Her every movement almost dazzled people's eyes. This was different from the beauty of her appearance, it was a kind of amorous feeling that was engraved in the bones. Even though Hongying had stayed in the brothel for so many years, seeing Jiang Su-su's current demeanor, she could not help but exclaim in her heart, "Good." If Jiang Su-su had been born many years earlier, it was likely that the red card in the brothel would have been replaced. Now, it seemed that Jiang Su-su still had that unpowdered appearance, but inexplicably had a somewhat seductive look in her eyes. Even she could not help but be attracted. Although Hongying did not understand, she also put away her contempt for Jiang Su-su. However, she also put away her contempt towards Jiang Su-su. With such beauty and charm, coupled with some flirtatious methods, as long as Jiang Su-su made good use of her body, she would be able to easily obtain everything she wanted in the future. The sudden arrival of the Empress Dowager's decree was like a sudden clap of thunder. Those who were related to this matter began to speculate about the Empress Dowager's intentions. Those who thought further ahead thought that it was because Xiao Xiao was becoming more and more presumptuous. The dignity of the royal family could not be violated. Empress Dowager Yi bestowing Jiang Wan to him might be a good thing for others, but for Xiao Xiao, who already carried the name of a rebel and traitor, it was a hot potato. Some people said that this was a warning from the royal family to Jining Wang, but those who looked further ahead thought that the Empress Dowager was paving the way for Jining Wang. It must be known that if Jiang Xing was fine at the front line and returned to the court, the relationship between these two would be even more intimate, and they would be an irresistible force in the great Jin court. Hong Ying was startled. She had never expected that Jiang Su would reveal such a secret in front of her. Hong Ying acknowledged that Jiang Su's relationship was not close enough to the point where she could share a girl's worries. Jiang Su was also not a one-track-minded person who would casually trust others. There must be a reason for this. Not only did Hong Ying not relax, but she also became vigilant. She put on a fake smile and said, "Second Mrs. words are true. Don't take your own reputation as a joke." Hong Ying did her best to suppress the impatience in her heart and looked away. She only heard Jiang Su say, "Yin Yang, it's fine if you don't believe me. As early as 3 years ago, on the day of the Lantern Festival on Ling Long Boat, after Xiao Wangye helped Su out of her predicament, I have been wholeheartedly devoted to him. Originally, I thought that since I could not become his wife, it would be good to look at him from afar. I did not expect that by a freak combination of factors, he would unexpectedly become my brother-in-law." Hong Ying's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that she was jealous of not being able to eat grapes and had poured out sour water. However, now that she was pouring out her grievances in front of her, she could not help but say a few words of consolation. She immediately smiled and said, "Second Miss, you must not belittle yourself. Eldest Miss is just lucky. To put it bluntly, how can Second Miss's talent and appearance be inferior to Eldest Miss's? If it were not for the arranged marriage, based on Second Miss's qualifications, it would not be impossible for her to enter Jining Wang's fu." Jiang Su sneered in her heart, but her tone became increasingly low. "Thank you, Yin Yang, for your consolation. Su knows that her status is low, and she is far from eldest sister's graceful bearing and appearance. I have never dreamed of marrying into Jining Wang's fu as a Wangfei like eldest sister. It's just that." At this point, her voice slightly choked with sobs, and the rims of her eyes reddened. Looking at her expression, it did not seem like she was faking it. She said, "It's just that a long time ago, Su regarded Jining Wang as her sweetheart. She only hoped to be able to look at him from afar. I did not expect that now, even this dream cannot be allowed to continue for Su. When this news reached the minister's fu, Hong Ying was talking to Jiang Su. She always wanted to be the final winner. "Yin Yang must be joking," Jiang Su sighed and said with a gloomy expression, "Today, mother is seriously ill, father is busy with court affairs every day, and Yin Yang is pregnant. It is not good for grandparents to interfere in Su's affairs. Who in this fu still remembers Su?" She wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corners of her eyes and said in a low voice, "Moreover, Su does not have eldest sister's good fortune, to have the Empress Dowager's arranged marriage, to be able to marry Jining Wang, Xiao Wangye, who is like a celestial being. Moreover, Jiang Wan was a very scheming person, and she could not be controlled by her." By now, Hong Ying was already used to the days of bossing people around. How could she be willing to be inferior in front of Jiang Wan? More importantly, Jiang Wan knew her secret. This was like an unpredictable scourge that was always hidden in Hong Ying's heart, and every night, she was unable to sleep peacefully. If she could send Jiang Su into Jining Wang's fu and build a good relationship with Jiang Su, perhaps she could restrain Jiang Wan a little. At least, Jiang Wan would not dare to act blindly without thinking. Chapter 162. Empress Dowager Yi's decree to bestow marriage could not be said to be insignificant. Even though Xiao was about to go to war, the marriage had already been decided. It was just that Jiang Wan was not yet out of mourning, so she could not bow to the heaven and earth. Nominally, she was still Xiao Xiao's woman. The common people naturally could not see the intricacies of the various relationships. They could only secretly envy the good fortune of the minister's Fu that a daughter could marry into Jining Wangfu. Although this Jining Wang's reputation was not very good, how could the common people understand this? Just by looking at the surface, they can see that this so-called rebel and traitor Xiao Wangye is actually a delicious cake in the court. Xiao Xiao was the first to have such power at such a young age. Scholar Jiang Shang's 3 daughters were all beautiful like flowers and the moon. Although the eldest daughter had been raised in the manner since she was a child, she couldn't stop herself from being outstanding. Later on, she ran into some kind of good luck and became a Junju. Now, she could be considered to have married into a high position. The status of the minister's residence would definitely rise along with the tide. With Jiang Ruan's example, people could not help but ponder about Jiang Su Su's future. To tell the truth, Jiang Su Su had always been known as a peerless beauty in the capital city, and her talent had spread far and wide. If Xia Yan had not met with this mishap, it was likely that the people proposing marriage would have broken down the doorstep. It was just that she had a mother with a bad reputation, so Jiang Su Su was somewhat implicated. Respectable families did not take a liking to her, and there were those who coveted her beauty. Jiang Quan did not take a liking to her family background. Over and over again, her marriage was delayed. No matter what, it was the Empress Dowager's decree. No matter how sullen and displeased Jiang Quan felt, he had to put on a happy face. Not only that, but he had to do it so that no one could find any fault with it. Empress Dowager Yida's people were watching, so how could he do anything? Fortunately, he still had a Jieyu flower in this manner. Hongying agreed to all of Jiang Ruan's marriage arrangements. She helped to arrange everything inside and out. In addition, with the assistance of De Yinyang, there was no lack of etiquette. Because of this, Jiang Quan was very satisfied with Hongying. Because Hongying was still pregnant with the flesh and blood of the Jiang family, he was even more considerate and attentive to her. Hongying was truly considerate of Jiang Ruan. Ever since the Empress Dowager had issued the Empress Dowager's edict, Xiao Xiao had yet to pay a visit to the Jiang Fu. In terms of etiquette, it wasn't right, but Xiao Xiao didn't have parents, so it was impossible for his parents to do it for him. With Xiao Xiao's temperament, he felt that it was impossible for him to personally make the trip. If Xiao Xiao really did not show up, with Jiang Quan's rank, he would not dare to easily say anything to him. When Hongying brought up this matter, while straightening Jiang Quan's collar, she said, "In any case, Xiao Wangye will eventually come to our Fu. This concubine thinks that whether Xiao Wangye will come or not, the etiquette must be thorough. Why not send an invitation to him and invite him to the mansion? Why don't we talk about first Miss Marriage?" As soon as he thought of this marriage, Jiang Quan felt a headache coming on. Unfortunately, this was a marriage that he could not afford to offend. He replied stiffly, "Do as you see fit." This matter should have been done by Furen. Hongying lowered her head. However, Furen is currently recuperating in the manor, so it would not be good to trouble her. I only hope that Xiao Wangye will not despise this concubine for having a low birth and think that it is a disgrace to him. What lowly? As soon as Xia Yan was mentioned, Jiang Quan thought of all those bad things, and his mood became even worse. At once, his tone was not very pleasant as he said, "Now, you are the mistress of the Fu. He, Xiao Xiao, wants to marry my family's daughter, but Jiang Wan still occupies the Jiang name, so he must abide by our Jiang family's rules. You can go ahead and send the invitation. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. After all, word will spread that he is the one who does not know etiquette. Even if this matter were to be reported to the Empress Dowager, he would still be the one in the wrong. Leoi, don't be angry." Hongying gently advised, "Xiao Wangye is not a person who does not know etiquette. This concubine will go and make arrangements. In a few days, if Xiao Wangye is willing to visit, this concubine hopes that I can serve you well. After all, first Miss marriage cannot be neglected, and the Empress Dowager will also personally oversee it. It's only a trivial matter, no need to worry too much. Jiang Yuan frowned, as if she was very unwilling to hear any news about Jiang Yuan. Turning around, she warned Hong Ying, if you have the leisure time, why don't you worry more about Susu's marriage? Seeing that Susu is about to be married, you are the one attending all the social engagements in the Fu. Inquire more about the youths of suitable age in the capital, and choose a good marriage for Susu. Yes, Laoi. A smile floated on Hong Ying's face, but in her heart, she secretly mocked that Jiang Quan's efforts would be wasted. Jiang Su was not someone who was easy to deal with. There was no need to think about that talented young man. Jiang Su now wholeheartedly wanted to climb into her brother-in-law's bed. However, now it was convenient for her to act. When the Jiang Fu's invitation was handed over to Xiao Xiao, Steward Lin paid special attention to Xiao Xiao's expression. Seeing that Xiao Xiao did not show any signs of movement, he could not help but remind, "Young master, do you accept this invitation or not? What's the difference?" Xiao Xiao sat down in front of the table. In front of him was a map of the territory outside the city of Tianjin, which was full of markings. The expedition was imminent. This time, the operation was complicated and there was a fear of changes. Everything had to be prepared. "Aya, my master, this is very different." Steward Lin anxiously said, "Although this is the Empress Dowager's decree, young Furen is destined to be the female mistress of our Fu. However, this ostentation cannot be ignored. If Furen is still here, she should be going to the minister's Fu to see her daughter-in-law and have a chat with her in-laws. However, we can't find such a person in our Fu. Young master, it's best if you personally go." Seeing Xiao Xiao raise his eyes to look at him, Steward Lin spoke with even more vigor. "If you go, what does that mean?" "It means that young master values young Furen. Now that young Furen is in the minister's Fu, others will look up to her and not dare to easily bully her. Young master, this old servant will say something. This woman needs to be coaxed. Young master, do you think that young Furen is not warm enough to you? This is young master's fault. Men always need to take the initiative. Young master, this time, you are going to support young Furen. Seeing you like this, young Furen will definitely be moved. At this moment, young master, you can take the opportunity to say a few words to please her. Are you afraid that young Furen will not be dead set on you?" Steward Lin's words could not be said not to have touched Xiao Xiao's heart. He frowned slightly and looked thoughtfully at the map in front of him, but his expression seemed to be thinking about something else. After a long moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Reply the invitation. In 3 days, Xiao Xiao will pay a visit." "All right." Steward Lin said beautiful words. Seeing that his young master was rarely so obedient, he was extremely gratified in his heart. He only secretly said that the child was worth teaching, and then eagerly went out to look for good invitations. "Take the initiative." He lowered his head and muttered to himself. His eyelashes drew an intoxicating arc, but his eyes seemed to curve as he smiled. Jiang Yuan was completely unaware of the exchange of invitations between the ministers Fu and Jining Wang Fu. These few days in the Jiang Fu, it was a rare moment of leisure. She did not know whether Jiang Quan had specifically instructed them to, but the servant seemed to completely ignore the news of her and Xiao Xiao's engagement. They did not come forward to congratulate her, nor did they greet her, as if they were deliberately giving her the cold shoulder. Every time Bai Ji and Lian Xiao mentioned this matter, they would naturally have a belly full of anger. In the end, Jiang Yuan was also a daughter of the Jiang family. For Jiang Quan to actually take things to this extent was really somewhat despicable. As Lian Xiao combed Jiang Ruan's hair, she said, "I heard that for the past few days, second miss has been running to 5th Yinyang's courtyard every day, sitting there for the whole afternoon. I really don't know when the two of them had such a friendship. That fifth Yinyang is really one to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Now, she actually has a falling out with me. The Empress Dowager's decree has been passed down for so long, yet she has not come to ask about it. Even now, I don't know what to do with the dowry and the marriage. Originally, the matriarch of the household had to take care of these matters first. If Xiao Mei was still alive, she would have long been so busy these days that her chest would stick to her back. Hong Ying, on the other hand, was idle. Up until now, she had not asked about anything. She could not let her daughter, who was about to get married, ask about these matters herself. What wrong did she do? She could have said that she was only a concubine, and that it was not her place to interfere in the marriage of a daughter. Speaking of which, she was not in the wrong. Jiang Wan said indifferently, if anything really happened, the Empress Dowager would not just stand by and watch. She saw this point clearly, so she deliberately did not ask about it. In any case, with Empress Dowager Yi's help, Hong Ying would not be willing to do things that were strenuous and unrewarding. Now that the power of managing the household had fallen into Hong Ying's hands, if Hong Ying really had to fork out money from the public purse for her dowry, Hong Ying would also be unwilling. After tasting the taste of power, how could she easily let it go? Hong Ying was used to the feeling of being high and mighty in the Fu. In the face of a daughter who was of a higher rank than herself, how could she be happy? In short, this fifth Yinyang is not kind. She doesn't even think about it. If it were not for Mrs. Help, would she be able to live peacefully in the Fu, let alone live such a life today? Does she really think that she is pregnant with? Lian Xiao, Jiang Wan interrupted her, you have said too much. Lian Xiao was stunned. Knowing that she had said something wrong, she hurriedly said, this servant has said something wrong. Jiang Wan shook her head, it's nothing, just don't let anyone hear. Go to the palace and pick out a few bolts of cloth. Later, you and Bai Ji can embroider some pouches. These days, there are many people coming to the palace, so we cannot neglect the rewards. Ever since the Empress Dowager issued the marriage decree, Empress Dowager Ida had sent some things over from time to time, but they were all jewelry and cloth. Presumably, she felt that these things could be used as a girl getting married. However, Jiang Wan herself did not care about these things. If Bai Ji and the others had not mentioned them from time to time, she feared that she would have directly thrown them into a box and never seen the light of day. Lian Xiao stuck out her tongue and went to pick out the cloth. Lu Zhu, who was embroidering at the side, blinked her eyes and asked, Miss, when do you plan to start embroidering the wedding dress? Wedding dress? Jiang Wan was slightly startled. Naturally, it's the wedding dress. Lu Zhu propped up her cheeks and looked at her with a smile, don't we always embroider the wedding dress before getting married? Even if the wedding date was postponed to next year, can we start embroidering the wedding dress now? Although Xiao Wangye may send someone to send it over, don't all girls like to embroider their own wedding dress? Xiao Wangye and Miss are both so beautiful. Just thinking about how you will look when you wear the wedding dress, this servant feels that it can dazzle the eyes of the entire capital. Her words were delicate and charming, but they caused Jiang Wan to sink into deep thought. In her previous life, when she was sent to the palace, she naturally did not have the opportunity to become a bride. When she was a young girl, it was not that she had never imagined what she would look like when she wore a phoenix coronet and a red robe, but in her previous life, she had not been able to see that moment. She had never thought about the happiness of ordinary people. In this life, if Xiao Xiao had not requested this Empress Dowager's decree, she would not have thought about what it would be like to get married. If she were to marry someone else, perhaps she would still be able to treat them coldly. However, when the other party became Xiao Xiao, her heart felt somewhat strange. The wedding dress was embroidered for the beloved to wear. What position did Xiao Xiao have in her heart now? Jiang Wan herself had never thought about it. It was probably beyond friendship, but they were not yet lovers, and were probably still a little bit away. But that little bit was separated by a deep knot in her heart, and she did not know whether she would ever be able to untie it in this lifetime. Thinking about it this way, she felt a faint sense of guilt towards Xiao Xiao. Let's talk about it when we have free time. She shook her head, but she was somewhat absent-minded. Lu Zhu saw that she was absent-minded, so she did not ask any more questions and obediently continued with the work at hand. Xiao Xiao really did come to the Jiangfu 3 days later. There was only him and housekeeper Lin. Xiao Xiao was dressed in an ink-black brocade robe with a floral scabbard embroidered on the collar with a thin green bamboo leaf embroidery. A dark golden qilin was still hooked on his wrist guard, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, appearing extremely formidable. When he entered the fu, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes were like cold stars, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. They only felt that his body carried a biting cold air, and his domineering aura was restrained, yet it was low and ostentatious in the dark. The maidservant who led the way blushed, but did not dare to raise her head to look at this young man's handsome facial features. From beginning to end, she lowered her head and led the way without saying a word. Along the way, all the maidservants and palace maids who passed by looked at him absent-mindedly. Naturally, housekeeper Lin was extremely proud, and she straightened her back with a proud expression. When he arrived at the main hall, he saw that Hong Ying and eldest Yin Yang were already waiting for him. Hong Ying bowed to Xiao Xiao with the help of a maidservant, a cordial smile on her face. This concubine greets Wanya. Furen is currently not in the fu, so this lowly concubine helps to take care of the internal affairs. I hope that Wanya does not mind this concubine's rudeness. Xiao Xiao gave a faint sound, and sat down on the chair that had been prepared for him. Housekeeper Lin stood to one side, and without waiting for Xiao Xiao to speak, he said with a smile, 15 Yang does not need to be polite. Since it is young Furen's maiden family, it is not too much. Master does not have so many rules, just do as you please. Housekeeper Lin smiled amiably, but every word he said was not amiable at all. Although it was said that there were no rules, in fact, he was putting on airs that were bigger than anything else. Eldest Yin Yang stood to one side without saying a word, but the surrounding maidservants could see that the situation was not right. This master and servant of Jinying Wangfu did not come with good intentions. They were afraid that they had specially come to support eldest young Mississippi immediately. They lowered their heads even more, and only wanted to not attract attention. The smile on Hong Ying's face stiffened. In the end, she was born in the marketplace, so she was better at dealing with people. But in a short moment, she restored her amiable and natural smile. That could not be better. Eldest young miss is our Fu's daughter, so master is very distressed. Now seeing Wanya love eldest young miss so much, master will also be very happy to know. Xiao Xiao did not answer, so housekeeper Lin said, Furen's words are too polite. Since the Empress Dowager has issued a decree, young Furen is the female master of our Fu, so she must be loved by master. Today, in addition to this matter, master also ordered this old servant to send the betrothal gift list over. After young Furen marries into the family, the betrothal gift will be sent to young Furen together with the dowry. Empress Dowager has also taken a look at this. Finishing, he took out a gold silk patterned gift list from his sleeve and handed it over to Hong Ying. When Hong Ying first heard housekeeper Lin's words, her heart was happy, but when she heard the second half of his words, her face turned green. When she opened the betrothal gift list, her face turned from red to white to red. It could be said to be extremely wonderful. After a moment, she closed the gift list, took a deep breath, and said with a forced smile, Wanya really loves eldest young miss, this gift list can't be said to be not rich. Seeing this concubine is also sincerely happy for eldest young Mississippi. As she said this, her hand used a lot of strength, almost twisting the gift list into pieces. In fact, Hong Ying came from a brothel. What kind of place was a brothel? It was a place to squander money. What kind of wastrel had she not seen? Hong Ying had seen a lot of people spend a lot of money for a beautiful woman, so she was not as short-sighted as second Yin when it came to gold, silver, and jewels. But now, seeing the betrothal gift list sent by Jinying Wangfu, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Rare treasures, rare beasts, houses and shops, gold and silver notes. Countless riches, countless jewels. Just a small betrothal gift list was enough to let people see the tip of the iceberg of riches in Jinying Wangfu. Even though Hongying could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, at this moment, she couldn't help but be dazzled by this riches and honor. In her heart, she was secretly jealous of Jiang Ruan. More importantly, this scalding riches and honor had flown away before she could even get her hands on them. Xiao Xiao's words were very clear. This betrothal gift was to be given to Jiang Ruan, and Empress Dowager Ida was also clear about it. This meant that she wouldn't even have the chance to intervene. Originally, she had wanted to fish for some benefits from Jiang Ruan's betrothal gift, but now, she had to watch this riches and honor slip away from her hands. It must be known that this betrothal gift alone was worth several manors. How could she be willing? The more unwilling she was, the more determined Hongying was to send Jiang Su to Jinying Wangfu. Jiang Ruan was not easy to grasp, but Jiang Su could distinguish who was in charge of the Jiangfu. If she could control Jiang Su, when she entered Jinying Wangfu, this riches and honor would continuously flow into the minister's fu. At that time, the days of the minister's fu would become more and more comfortable. Hongying made up her mind, and her smile became a little more fervent. Only housekeeper Lin frowned and looked at the somewhat deformed gift list that Hongying was clutching and said, "Yinyang, be careful. There is only one copy of this gift list besides the Empress Dowager's. If it is damaged, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome." It was this concubine's carelessness. Hongying awkwardly smiled apologetically. Housekeeper Lin then said, "I don't know where young madam is. She should come out and meet with Prince." Hongying smiled slightly. "Eldest miss will naturally come out, but girls are always shy. I'm afraid that she is currently dressing up. Just now, this concubine has already sent someone to inform eldest miss that she will go to the tea hall in the garden. Lin Lang, bring Prince over first. You young people always have some things to talk about. Moreover, the Empress Dowager has just bestowed a marriage, so it is good to get to know each other earlier." Her words were astute and magnanimous, completely different from those pedantic aristocratic families. However, Xiao Xiao's expression did not change, and he continued to look at her indifferently. In the face of such an expressionless person, no matter how glib one's tongue was, one would still feel somewhat powerless. However, today, housekeeper Lin seemed to have specially come to speak up for Xiao Xiao. He immediately smiled and said, "That couldn't be any better. Please quickly lead the way." Nowadays, Jinying Wangfu treated Xiao Xiao's marriage as a top priority. His master's skill in wooing a wife was not enough, so he naturally had to contribute as a subordinate. Housekeeper Lin always wished that he could create opportunities for Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan to be alone at all times. Housekeeper Lin was very satisfied that Hongying was so tactful. Housekeeper Lin has misunderstood. Hongying covered her lips and smiled. This concubine still has some matters regarding the wedding celebration to discuss with housekeeper Lin. Seeing that Wang Yi has also handed over the marriage to housekeeper Lin to manage, this concubine still wishes to have a good discussion with housekeeper Lin. If housekeeper Lin does not mind, then please stay here and discuss things with this concubine. She looked toward Xiao Xiao and said with a smile, "As for eldest young miss and Wang Yi, it will be more convenient for the two of you to talk." If he had not known that everyone in the Jiangfu was a shrewd person, housekeeper Lin would have almost praised Hongying as an educated and reasonable beauty. Nothing could be better for the two of them to be alone. When housekeeper Lin was young, he had followed the old Jinying Wang and had also learned to have an unruly and hedonistic temperament. He simply did not care about worldly laws. Therefore, in his eyes, the rules of the aristocratic families regarding men and women were all fleeting clouds. Moreover, Now that Empress Dowager Ida had already decreed that Jiang Ruan would be the young madam. There was no need for the young madam and the young master to avoid arousing suspicion when they spoke. When a man and a woman stayed together, they needed to be alone. If they were alone a few more times, sparks would fly, and they might even get pregnant. That's also not bad. Master, what do you think? Housekeeper Lin looked toward Xiao Xiao inquiringly, his eyes full of expectation. Xiao Xiao did not disappoint Housekeeper Lin's expectations and lightly nodded his head, all right. Hong Ying's smile became more sincere. Lin Lang, quickly lead Wang Yi over. Lin Lang obediently walked over and bowed toward Xiao Xiao. Wang Yi, please follow this servant. Xiao Xiao followed Lin Lang through the Jiang Fu's courtyard and flower terrace, bypassing a long corridor until they arrived at a tea hall in the garden. This tea hall was located in the middle of the forest, hidden under the trees, and the environment was quiet and secluded. If one was tired from staying here, they could go in to rest, sip some tea, and rest for a while. It was also an excellent place to stay. Thinking about it, it should be an extremely exquisitely renovated place in the Jiangfu. The area it occupied was also quite spacious. From afar, one would think that it was the courtyard of some family's daughter. Lin Lang did not speak along the way and only focused on leading the way. As a result, she ignored Xiao Xiao's gaze. His expression was calm, but he had already sized up the place without batting an eyelid. This was not the first time that Xiao Xiao had entered this Jiangfu. The previous few times he had had the opportunity to come here, he had almost completely figured out the ins and outs of the Jiangfu. Moreover, Jean Eyre and Jean San were keeping an eye on it. He had also seen the map of the Jiangfu presented to him, so he naturally knew that this was a tea hall. This tea hall was usually not used to entertain guests. On the contrary, although the environment was quiet and secluded, it was too far from the courtyards of the various womenfolk. Ever since Xia Yan had left, very few people had come here to drink tea. However, Hong Ying had arranged for him to meet Jiang Ruan in this place. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.